morning. As far as the conference is concerned, we note that we are dealing with markets that influence the daily lives of Kenyans and citizens around the globe, from the price of cooking oil to the cost of data that connects us. But these markets are evolving at unprecedented speed. Digital platforms are reshaping commerce. Artificial intelligence is transforming service delivery. Supply chains are becoming more interconnected. Data has become a strategic asset, and consumers are not only more informed, but also more exposed to new forms of exploitation. Concomitantly, businesses are operating in an increasingly borderless economy, especially those belonging to the same economic bloc, just as we are in EAC and COMESA, where conduct in one jurisdiction significantly affects markets in another. For instance, in the European Union, the 2016 trucks cartel is an example of cross-border collusion, where 5 major European manufacturers across different countries coordinated their operations and strategies and were fined euros 2,926,499 by the European Commission. Competition policy is central to economic governance, industrial transformation, innovation policy, consumer welfare, and inclusive development, because our national development aspiration under Vision 2030, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda better, and the fourth medium-term plan all depend on markets functioning effectively. Our theme, as we mentioned yesterday, of promoting competition and consumer welfare in globalized and dynamic markets, is a perfect one-line summary to my reflections this morning. The authorities' work has consistently demonstrated that competition enforcement is not merely about stopping anti-competitive conduct, but about improving the lives of ordinary Kenyans. We call them Wanjiku in Kenya. When markets work well, consumers benefit from lower prices, better quality, greater choice, innovation, and access to goods and services. Small businesses get an opportunity to participate in the economy. Investments soar because investors gain confidence, and productivity increases because new technology enhances efficiency. Ultimately, the economy becomes more dynamic and inclusive. Let me give 3 examples that we can relate to illustrate what I just said. Several years ago, CAK intervened in Kenya's mobile financial sector ecosystem to address concerns relating to interoperability, transparency of transactions, charges, and access to money agents. Those interventions contributed to the expansion of mobile money access as we know today, and increased the convenience for millions of Kenyans, best illustrated during the COVID-19 pandemic, where all transactions were done through the mobile wallets. I'm so impressed with this that even my grandmother has an account because of this innovation. You send the M-Pesa and she's able to know that money has come in. And she's able to send the grandchildren to go to the nearest agent and collect the cash because of the intervention that we did as CAK. The growth in active mobile money agents from 138,000 in 2015, about 11 years ago, to over 500,000 in February 2026, but stresses how pro-competitive interventions can unlock economic participation by citizens. This is not just a telecommunication story. It is an economic development and inclusive story. It is a story about enabling a small-scale fisher folk in Kisumu or Lake Victoria, a border operator in Kadhonzweni, or a small trader in Wajir, where we celebrated our Madaraka Day just the other day, to participate in the economy, therefore contributing to government revenue and to national development at large. The second example I want to give is our interventions against abuse of power in the retail sector. I am sure that most of us seated today in this room remember Nakumatt supermarkets. Do we remember Nakumatt? Most of the people are sitting here. Nakumatt, as it was referred to then, was the model shopping experience. You could find absolutely everything under one roof. In 2017, about 9 years ago, unfortunately, Nakumatt began collapsing, with most shops in 2018. That is not a tragedy. The real story is that it went down with over Kenya shillings 18 billion owed to small and medium enterprises who were then the suppliers to Nakumatt. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya shillings 18 billion is a significant amount that negatively affected the grocery, milk, and other SMEs that relied on Nakumatt for their growth and sustainability. The addition of the abuse of power provisions in our Act then has continued to shield SMEs from such negative impacts by facilitating the recovery of payments, delayed payments in that case, and ensuring that buyers review the unfair contractual practices that are actually prevalent in a relationship between a large institution and a smaller one. Indeed, over Kenya shillings 3.5 billion has been recovered since 2019, as well as orders to large buyers to enhance the procurement opportunities to SMEs and set aside resources to train them to support their business growth while reducing the credit periods. In addition, the Retail Trade Code of Conduct or practice has ensured that contraventions in the retail sector have been minimized, if not eliminated, to sustain these SMEs. These interventions by CAK protected jobs, sustained small enterprises, stabilized supply chains, and preserved confidence in Kenya's retail ecosystem. The third example, ladies and gentlemen, is that our work in agricultural sector, and I think this sector was pointed out by our peers in terms of the growth, in terms of the contribution it makes to our economy, as demonstrated the importance of reducing unnecessary barriers to entry. The removal of restrictive requirements in the tea industry, allowing the entry of specialty tea, enabled new investments and expanded opportunities for farmers and consumers alike. We now have over 14 new brands of specialty tea available on our supermarket shelves because of the courtesy of the intervention by CAK. These examples underscore three critical points, which I need also to illustrate, which in my opinion create a level playing field. Markets become stronger when entry barriers are low, innovation is encouraged, and firms are stopped from abusing their power. Ladies and gentlemen, globalized and dynamic markets present new enforcement challenges that traditional competition frameworks were not originally designed to address. Digital markets require fresh thinking, and I'm happy that code created us in a way that we can have fresh thinking on how to solve problems. Across jurisdictions, regulations are grappling with questions around data concentration, self-preferencing by digital platforms, algorithmic collusion, artificial intelligence, cross-border mergers, and the growing power of gatekeepers. The European Union has responded through policies such as the Digital Markets Act. The United Kingdom has strengthened the powers of its Competition and Markets Authority in digital regulation through the Digital Markets Competition and Consumers Act. South Africa, which is more closer home, has undertaken important market inquiries into online intermediation platforms. India, on the other hand, has intensified scrutiny of digital ecosystems. The United States is not left behind, continues to witness landmark antitrust litigation in the digital credit and mobile, witness landmark antitrust litigation involving major technology firms like Meta, Google, and the rest. In Kenya, we have undertaken market inquiries into the digital credit and money markets. These are examples of what jurisdictions have done and continue to do. More is needed though, and we competition enforcers must lead from the front Kenya is a global leader in mobile payments and digital innovation, and this presents immense opportunities, but also significant risks if markets become concentrated or opaque. The future of competition policy in Kenya must therefore become more data-driven, technologically informed, and forward-looking. This presents a great opportunity given that we are in the process of developing a national competition and consumer welfare policy in collaboration with the National Treasury. Our peers pointed out that aspect yesterday and said we put the cart before the horse by having the act first instead of the policy that should have preceded us having the act. We are not late, though. We have the opportunity now to come up with a great policy that addresses what we do in the competition space. We must enhance institution capabilities to understand platform economics, artificial intelligence, algorithm pricing, and digital consumer arms, while also strengthening cooperation between sector regulators, Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, and financial services providers. I'm happy that in Kenya, we understand and leverage the importance of us regulators collaborating and working together to address the challenges that we must. Equally important, we must ensure that regulation does not stifle innovation, because the goal is not to punish success or discourage the scale. Enforcement aims to preserve market contestability and fairness so that innovation benefits a society broadly rather than entrenching economic dominance to a few players. This very delicate balance will define success or failure of competition regimes in the years ahead. Distinguished delegates, no competition authority today can operate effectively in isolation. We have increasingly noted that anti-competitive conduct transcends borders, as does mergers transactions that involve multinational corporations. Digital services are borderless, and consumer harm can spread rapidly across markets if we are not careful as competition agencies. This reality, ladies and gentlemen, demands urgent and sustained regional and international cooperation. I'm happy that we have ICN that brings together the family of competition agencies and institutions and stakeholders for the purposes of the same. Kenya has internationally continued to work closely with regional and international partners, including ICN, as I mentioned, the COMESA, Competition and Consumer Commission, where Kenya is one of the key member states in the 21 in COMESA, the African Competition Forum, and I want to recognize Malik Diallo, who joined us from AFCFTA, the International Competition Network, as I mentioned, and peer agencies across the world. I'm not forgetting ISPEN also, which champions aspect of consumer welfare worldwide. Under the AfCFTA framework agreement, the competition protocol will become more critical because regional integration without effective competition enforcement risks consolidating players that would harm markets and consumers in the region. I'm particularly happy with AfCFTA competition protocol because then we get a very effective competition tool to deal with huge market players, especially in the digital sector. But regional integration supported by strong institutions will unlock unprecedented opportunities for African businesses and consumers alike. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 1 day that is remaining of the conference, we will examine many of these issues, and we did examine some yesterday. We will conclude today by looking at some of these issues today. I know later in the day we will mention that we received 21 research papers written by enforcers from Kenya, South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, that were discussed and will continue to be discussed today. Each of them proposes the best way to make our markets competitive. This is empirical evidence we must apply as we deliver our mandates. As I conclude, allow me to summarize my remarks into 5 strategic imperatives. First, we must strengthen market surveillance. Competition authorities should not wait only for complaints. We must increasingly use market intelligence, data analysis, and economic research to identify emerging risks very early on. Second, we must deepen consumer protection in digital markets using new methodologies. Consumers today face risks ranging from misleading online advertisements to dark patterns, exploitative terms and conditions, misuse of personal data, and opaque algorithmic decisions. Third, we must prioritize SME growth and sustainability. Inclusive economic growth requires ensuring that small and medium enterprises can compete fairly. Abuse of buyer power, exclusionary conduct, and discriminatory access to platforms or infrastructure undermine entrepreneurship and job creation in our markets. Fourth, we must institutionalize regional cooperation, cross-border enforcement, information sharing, and coordinated approaches are essential in addressing anti-competitive conduct in increasingly integrated African markets. Finally, the fifth, we must invest in upskilling our human resource capital. The markets of the future will require competition authorities equipped with advanced economic, legal, technological, and investigative expertise. Capacity building is no longer optional. It is strategic. Thank you, asanteni sana. And that kicks off our day, second day. Welcome to FOSA. Continue the program.
Thank you very much, Bwana DG, for starting us off. Yesterday, I recognize that some of us may not have been with us yesterday. Just to brief you, yesterday we discussed on competition and consumer protection in digital markets. We also looked at competition policy development and implementation. So today we are going to move forward and we are going to be looking at regional cooperation in competition and consumer welfare regulation. And I'm going to invite Ms. Ebru. She's an economist at UNCTAD. We can give her a round of applause as she comes on stage. So Ms. Ebru is going to take us through why regional cooperation is no longer optional. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself a little bit. I'm Ebru Gökçe Desmond. I'm an Economic Affairs Officer at UNCTAD, or UN Trade and Development. And I've been working on competition and consumer policies for about 15 years now. And I would like to thank the Competition Authority of Kenya and particularly Director General David Kemei for inviting UNCTAD and for having me here with you today. It's an honor for me to address you all. So I will talk about regional cooperation in competition enforcement, why it's not an option today. As the DG has emphasized, competition law and policy is an important policy tool to keep markets fair, open, and inclusive. And competition is at the heart of issues that we need to consider when it comes to economic development, inclusive economic development. Let me begin by saying that African markets are no longer national markets. They are increasingly regional in nature. And as markets integrate at the regional and continental level, thanks to AFCFTA and its competition protocol, competition enforcement also needs to keep pace. We have to go regional in enforcement as well. The reality is that anti-competitive conduct is borderless. Anti-competitive practices do not stop at borders. They are across the borders. And the markets don't follow the logic of maps. So they are present in regional markets. Cartels, for instance, rarely confine themselves to one jurisdiction. We have seen in various regions in Africa cartel behavior in sectors such as fertilizers, cement, transport, where firms coordinate pricing or output across countries. At UNCTAD, recently we have done some research, which is still ongoing, and conducted a survey among national competition authorities on competition issues in food value chains. We have observed that the same global firms are at the heart of competition concerns in many segments of the value chain, such as in seeds markets, fertilizers, animal feed producers, and breeding stock in poultry sector. And you will hear a lot more on these markets in the breakout session on competition in agricultural value chains. So these companies operate across borders in Africa. And no single, as DG mentioned, no single national competition authority can address the cross-border character of the problem alone. This makes a strong case for not only regional, but also international cooperation. The other striking issue in many concentrated sectors is information asymmetry. The firms giving rise to competition concerns and who are subject to competition investigations operate regionally or globally even, and are most of the time vertically integrated and have access to price and sales data to adapt their conduct and strategies across jurisdictions, across national jurisdictions. While the competition authorities investigating them at the national level do not have sufficient resources and do not have sufficient access to this kind of data. which facilitates coordination among firms and leads to exclusionary conduct. So overcoming this information asymmetry requires strong and deep cooperation among competition authorities to share information, pursue joint investigations rather than separate parallel proceedings, and coordinate remedies within regional or international cooperation frameworks. Let's look at cross-border mergers, for instance. A merger between two large firms might be notified in 5 or 6 African jurisdictions. As Isaac from COMESA mentioned yesterday, one authority may approve it quickly, another may impose some remedies, while others may still be reviewing it months later. What is the result? It can be inconsistency, uncertainty, and sometimes real harm to competition. And each jurisdiction tries to address the competition issues restricted to its own national markets. But for multinational corporations operating across borders, such mergers have wider implications for market concentration, market power, and foreclosure. Once they become very powerful, the dynamics even in national markets will change. We have seen this, witnessed this with, for example, Bunge-Viterra merger, which was authorized by all reviewing jurisdictions, mostly without conditions. The merger created a giant firm with extensive ownership of key processing and transportation facilities across multiple exporting regions around the world. The combined financial significance and digital capabilities of the two companies, together with their vertical integration relationships, resulted in an ecosystem-like company that exerts control over several segments of the grain value chain. And this is where it becomes obvious that it is not sufficient to consider only competition issues restricted to national markets within national borders. So looking at national market shares and their overlapping business in a particular country does not produce effective outcomes, with merging firms becoming very big and very powerful. And when we look at digital markets, we see a similar dynamic. A dominant digital platform operates simultaneously across multiple African countries with similar, if not the same conduct, with regard to its terms of conditions vis-à-vis consumers, or users, or its business users on the platform. And this affects thousands of business, small business, and millions of consumers, all of us. So the reality is that anti-competitive and unfair conduct is regional, sometimes continental, and increasingly global. There is a cost that comes with acting alone. Let me mention some of the limitations of this. First, incomplete evidence. Each authority sees only a fragment of cross-border conduct when they look at the impact on national borders only, or the issues in their national markets only. Secondly, resource constraints. Complex investigations overstretch national capacities. And sometimes several authorities at the same time conduct similar investigation involving the same firms. So this leads to duplication of effort, the third limitation. Many authorities have investigated Google, Apple, Booking.com cases around the world. So it's kind of a waste of resources in a world where not only competition authorities, many institutions struggle with limited resources. Fourthly, inconsistent outcomes. National jurisdictions' decisions on the same conduct may diverge, and this might create inconsistent outcomes. And lastly, perhaps most importantly, this may lead to reduced deterrence when we act alone. Firms pursue their interests in a rational way. When enforcement is fragmented, they will exploit the gaps. They can forum shop, they can delay, and they can play one jurisdiction against the other. And in such a system, even the most committed authority cannot fully protect competition on its own. This is why regional cooperation and even regional enforcement is not an option. So I talked about the cost of acting alone and not cooperating. Now let's see why this is not an option, why regional cooperation is not an option. First, scale. Firms operate regionally and even globally, so enforcement must match that scale. National is not sufficient anymore. Second, speed. Anti-competitive harm spreads quickly across borders. And cooperation enables faster and coordinated responses. Thirdly, expertise. Complex cases, like in digital markets, require specialized skills, like data analytics and other technical skills. So pooling expertise at the regional level might strengthen all authorities at the national level. And fourth, deterrence. Collective action will render enforcement more solid and deter anti-competitive conduct better. So, in isolation, we are reactive. Together, we can be preventive. And in Africa, the AFCFTA presents a historic opportunity. It aims to create a single African market for over 1.4 billion people, unlocking trade, investment, and growth. If we want small producers, SMEs, to be able to participate actively in markets, we need a level playing field, as DG emphasized as well. And open, fair, and contestable markets. This requires effective competition enforcement at the regional and continental level, eventually with the coming into effect of the competition protocol. We need regional cooperation and enforcement supported by both national and regional competition authorities. Without that, competition will be hampered by cross-border cartels, abuse of regional dominance, and anti-competitive mergers that entrench market power. Regional cooperation in competition enforcement is not a complement to the AFCFTA. It is a condition for its success. Otherwise, free trade enabled by AFCFTA will only benefit multinational corporations that operate across the continent, and not so much the SMEs, the small firms, which we try to include, which risks being excluded. Risk for the SMEs is to be excluded due to anti-competitive conduct by dominant regional and global firms. So what does effective cooperation look like? Effective cooperation and enforcement require a solid framework within which to build trust among competition authorities. And I think in Africa, we have important building blocks that can support its many regional economic communities and their cooperation frameworks and authorities. For example, Kenya is part of the East African Community and COMESA. These two RECs have their own competition rules and regulations, as well as their competition authorities. And COMESA is much older, so with more experience and very active in this area. There's also YMU and ECOWAS frameworks in Western Africa to support regional cooperation. And there are other RECs, and they are developing competition regimes and ongoing efforts under AFCFTA. And what does effective cooperation involve? First, information sharing. Authorities should be able to share case information where legally possible, but also non-confidential information. This should not prevent the limitations to share confidential information should not prevent cooperation. Thirdly, exchange market intelligence. And, secondly, market intelligence exchange, and thirdly, provide early warnings on emerging risks. I'll give you an example. At UNCTAD, we facilitate an informal working group on cross-border cartels. And in our discussions, we have seen that information sharing is very important. It can play a role in understanding firms' conduct and pricing within the region. Within Africa, there was an example presented by Mauritius Competition Commission. A bilateral cooperation between Mauritius and Seychelles under an MOU helped Mauritius uncover a shipping cartel in the region, which was then referred to, from national level, it was referred to COMESA. So this cooperation involved informal consultations and on case theory, information sharing through COMESA and between discussions between Mauritius and Seychelles competition officers. And this this was, let's say, born in a workshop, a regional workshop in Africa. So conferences like this are even facilitators of this kind of cooperation. So cooperation should not stop at information sharing. It should go deeper. Like what? Conducting joint investigations for cross-border cartels and regional abuses of dominance cases. And this involves joint investigative teams, maybe, coordinating down raids within the region and share evidence and analysis. This might dramatically increase the effectiveness of enforcement and enhance deterrence. Thirdly, coordinated merger review, aligning timelines, sharing economic analysis, striving for consistent outcomes that address not only national competition concerns, but also regional and even continental concerns. Because once a merger takes place and the firm, it becomes one very powerful firm, there will be other competition issues, even in national markets, that we cannot foresee before when we conduct investigations at national levels, looking at those present issues. But there is harm to potential competition in the future. This will reduce burden. The regional coordinated merger review will reduce burden on businesses while protecting competition more effectively. And fourth pillar of an effective competition cooperation framework would be capacity building and peer learning. Establishing training networks, and in Africa you have these kind of conferences that bring competition officials from many countries together. You have African Competition Forum, you have events coordinated by AFCFTA, Secretariat, African Union. So these are good platforms to start peer learning, which is already happening actually. And second, maybe temporary staff exchanges. I'll give an example. For example, we had a project in UNCTAD for strengthening competition law and policy in Ethiopia from 2016 to 18, I guess. And one of the activities we implemented within this project was to facilitate the appointment of a competition official in COMESA to Ethiopian Competition Authority to train them hands-on, on the ground, with cases or with issues they were struggling with. And you know who, most of you know who is this person, but maybe you don't know that he did this. So it was the current COMESA Chief Executive Officer, Willard Mwemba. So he was actually, we facilitated him to go to Ethiopia to train the competition authority staff. And capacity building can happen through sharing practices on digital and complex markets in platforms like this. Now, I invite you to dream. Let's imagine an Africa where competition authorities operate as a coordinated network. SMEs can effectively participate in markets and are not squeezed out by anti-competitive conduct. Consumers benefit from fair prices and greater choice. Firms face a predictable and coherent enforcement system. Investors trust that markets are fair, transparent, and contestable. This is not an abstract vision. It is achievable. But how? We need to move from ad hoc cooperation to systematic, institutionalized collaboration, as the DG also mentioned in his speech. So we must first invest in legal frameworks that enable cooperation, setting up information sharing mechanisms, and building trust amongst competition authorities, using platforms like this, networking with each other. And above all, we must act with urgency because markets are moving fast, and enforcement must keep pace and move faster as well. I want to finish by saying a few words about how at UNCTAD we can assist regional and international cooperation. We have different mechanisms. UNCTAD provides the largest forum for dialogue and exchange on, and consensus building on competition law and policy through its annual meetings of its Intergovernmental Group of Experts on Competition Law and Policy and Intergovernmental Group of Experts on Consumer Protection Law and Policy. And this year we are holding the 23rd session of the IGE, we call them, shortly on competition, the 23rd session in July, and same ninth session of the IG on consumer protection law and policy. So we would like to invite you all to to come to Geneva to follow these meetings. We will be discussing digital markets, food markets, and many other issues. We also conduct research and produce publications which provide policy recommendations for developing countries. Together with these two pillars, we have technical assistance activities to support developing countries in building institutional capacity and designing appropriate regulatory and legal frameworks on both competition and consumer protection. And I was personally involved in many projects like this in Africa, in Ethiopia and Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and other countries. We also have a peer review mechanism. We call it voluntary peer review of competition law and policy, and also peer review of consumer protection law and policy. And UNCTAD was the first institution to conduct a peer review of Kenya in 2005. That's when we started conducting peer reviews. And we have done it for many countries in Africa: Malawi, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Tunisia, West African Economic and Monetary Union. And we participate in other workshops which sometimes facilitate international cooperation. I would like to give you an example from Belize. A few months ago, I participated online in a workshop which brought together government officials and sector regulators. Belize doesn't have a competition law, neither a competition authority, and apparently sector regulators were quite hesitant to have a separate competition authority, and they thought that their mandates would be taken maybe from them. So my role was to make the case that they are complementary. And as the DG mentioned, and it was mentioned yesterday also, the Competition Authority of Kenya's work on mobile payment system together with the Communications Authority, I gave this as an example of how collaboration between agencies, institutions, the sector regulators and competition also can lead to good results, like in this case, interoperability between mobile operators, decreased fees for consumers, and entry of other competitors in this market, competition being revived. So this nurtures the potential for international cooperation between not only within the continent, but beyond the continent, to make your cases, your successes in Africa to be heard by other regions. They were quite inspired, actually, the Belize officials. Later on, they contacted me. So I would like to leave you with this thought. So, if African markets are integrated, African competition enforcement must also be integrated. The question is no longer whether we cooperate or not. It is how quickly and how effectively we choose to do so. Thank you very much for listening to me. I wish you a good rest of the day with other discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that session, Ms. Ebru. We'd like to move on to a plenary session where we are going to be discussing on navigating the challenges of information exchange among authorities in cross-border competition regulation. This session will focus on the creation of harmonized and efficient marketplace across borders that would prevent cross-border anti-competitive practices and ensure fair consumer protection, thereby accelerating regional economic integration. For this session, I'm going to invite Professor Rina, the Executive Director at Craig, to moderate the session for us. We can appreciate her as she comes on stage. Professor Rina regularly provides training and capacity building for regulators and competition law and economics professionals in South and Eastern Africa. And she has also coordinated professional training programs for judges and decision makers. Her areas of research interest include competition dynamics in grocery retail sector, global, regional, and domestic food value chains, with a focus on barriers to entry for small and medium-sized and women-owned enterprises and alternative routes to market in food systems. She holds a PhD in economics from the University of Joburg and a master's in economics from the University of Witwatersrand. And she has published widely, including in Geoforum, Regulation and Governance, the European Journal of Development Research, International Review of Applied Economics, Development Southern Africa, and Journal of Energy in South Africa. And she has also co-edited a book published by HSRC Press and has co-authored chapters in the Oxford University Press, the Cambridge University Press, Edward Elgar Publishing, and Jacana Media and Wits University Press publications. Joining her on stage, I'd like to invite the following panelists: Dr. Vela Kegodo Kegwiru. We can appreciate her as she comes. Dr. Kiguru is a postdoctoral researcher, chair of international relations, and Friedrich Schigel Fellow at the TUM Think Tank Technical University of Munich. I'd also like to invite Isaac Tauscher. He was with us yesterday. I believe we can remember him. Karibu sana from COMESA. Then I'd also like to invite Mr. Malik Diallo. Karibu sana. He's the head of competition division at AFCFTA. Karibu sana, Professor Rina. I hand over to you.
Thank you. I think I'm going to stand up because you might not see me behind this podium. Thank you very much for the invitation, DG David Kamai. I'm very pleased to be here, and congratulations to the Competition Authority of Kenya for hosting this event. I think we've had an excellent setting of the scene from our two speakers, the DG and Ebru, around the value of collaboration and information exchange between national and regional competition authorities. They, I think, expressed the value in doing so on various fronts. I particularly enjoyed listening to the cost of not doing so. So there is a cost for competition authorities to act in silos and not share the kind of information that they get as part of investigations. So as to not repeat some of the things that Ebru has said, I think it really sets the foundation for this panel to discuss some of the practical challenges that they face from a regional perspective in particular in collaborations around sharing of information. But just before that, just to again emphasize this point around how it is critical, absolutely critical to exchange and share information in order to detect and prosecute cross-border anti-competitive conduct. As the DG had said, we have borderless economies. Cross-border cartels require sharing information between agencies to help in various stages of the investigation process. It's important for screening, and Ebru also added the value of early warning systems to understand or to kind of detect cartels, but also to understand the scope and the effect of cartels. On the merger side, we've also heard from the earlier speaker around the importance of collaboration in assessing the effects of mergers, but also in the design and the effectiveness of remedies. And there's been a growing use of other tools in competition law, such as market inquiries. Market inquiries by national competition authorities unearth a wealth of information, and some of the findings in an inquiry might require regional enforcement action. How do we share this information effectively and timeously so that it can allow for further action by other authorities going forward? With those sort of very few words, because I do think the scene was set very well, my panelists today are going to talk about navigating the challenges of information exchange for cross-border competition regulation. We will hear from them some of the more practical challenges they have faced, what the regulatory frameworks in place are and how these have changed and what that might mean, and also to talk through some of the solutions that might be more effective going forwards. So we really are building on the earlier speaker with an understanding that information sharing is no longer optional between national and regional authorities. And with that, I think I'm going to, before I take my seat, I think I'm going to ask Isaac to kick us off and to just very briefly remind the audience about the importance of timely and effective exchange of information from a COMESA competition commission perspective. And I think importantly to share some practical examples and experiences of the authority in terms of perhaps some of the things that have worked well, what kinds of cooperation and information sharing have worked well, but also things that have not worked well. And Isaac, if you can just touch on this in terms of the previous regulations and the new regulations, I think that would be useful to get us started. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Prof. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here again to share a little bit of experiences of what the COMESA Competition and Consumer Commission is going through, or what it went through as well, as a way of deriving lessons on what can be done better insofar as information sharing is concerned. And just to reiterate what the Prof has already mentioned, to say the previous speakers actually set the scene quite effectively. And maybe the major point of emphasis is to highlight a few terms which is timely and efficient exchange and sharing of information, because that's what matters the most. And in most instances, you know that competition regulation obviously centers around major examination, investigation into anti-competitive practices, and equally nowadays much more into studies and market inquiries, which informs decision-making insofar as the operations of markets is concerned. So the experience I'm going to share actually centers around information sharing between the regional competition authority and the national competition authority. So under the COMESA structure, you find that all member states are obligated to work with the regional competition authority through the regulation itself, the old regulation 2004. But out of the experience of applying that regulation insofar as that information sharing is concerned, there was realization of some loopholes which were actually affecting the very same process of information sharing. So I will share that, and I will tell you what changes were brought out of those identified loopholes in the new regulations of 2025. And like my predecessors have already mentioned, that markets are globalized now. And I think I quoted something from the DG who said that no competition authority can operate effectively in isolation. And that is very, very true. And those who promulgated the COMESA competition regulations actually had that realization and made it mandatory that in any case, if the authority is investigating a major or an anti-competitive practice that has an effect in a given jurisdiction, that jurisdiction has an obligation to work with the authority. And at the same time, national competition authorities also, in any case, if they receive and or foresee any practice or any measure that might be of a regional nature, they have to notify the regional competition authority, which is COMESA. So you'd see, Prof, like you asked to say, what mechanisms has been there operational under the old regime. Like I said, it is mandatory, or it was mandatory for national competition authorities to do market surveillance, to do market intelligence on behalf of the regional competition authority. So in case of a merger, let's assume it is the responsibility of national competition authorities to find information insofar as their markets are concerned, consolidate the same information, that is in terms of market shares, which institutions are operational in the market, what are the likely competition concerns out of the given transaction, and they provide such information to the regional competition authority. And then the regional competition authority consolidates all that information and come up with a report which sees the structure and operations of different players in different markets within the common market. So to buttress that mechanism, there are formal and informal channels through which information is shared. So formally, you find that the Commission, in addition to the legislature or the law itself, there are MOUs that the Commission went on to sign with almost all the national competition authorities who have operational laws. And you'd see that this mechanism has quite helped, actually, because it gave the confidence to the national authorities to share information with the Commission. But there was a proviso. You know, MOUs are non-binding. So in some instances, in as much as national authorities were obligated to supply information to the Commission, but you'd see that from the Commission side, we were bound by some confidentiality claims, okay? So you find that in the major notification form being submitted by the parties to the Commission, there is a provision which allows them to indicate which information is confidential to them, which doesn't need to be shared even with the national authorities. That was what was in the old regime. And it actually locked the Commission's ability to share some of the information to the national authorities. And that was a hiccup, which was actually removing efficiency insofar as analysis of markets is concerned. So I will tell you how that was addressed, but it's something that all of us need to be aware that there was that challenge. So you find we have a number of cases, actually drawing from what Ibru was talking about in the context of what kind of information can be shared. I will tell you that from the COMESA perspective, insofar as mergers are concerned, you'd share information around which players operating where, what is their market share in the given market. But there was a realization that some of the information you'd obtain from the national authorities might not be good enough as well, okay? I will talk more about that when we talk about the challenges. But what the Commission would then do, in cases that are complex, that would require gathering much more information, there were joint investigations. Joint investigations to facilitate acquisition of more information and actually also to capacitate the national authorities on how to gather that information, and that helped. We have cases, particularly the one that raised serious competition concerns, AkzoNobel and Kansai Plascon. It took a lot of working together and information sharing with the national competition authorities of Eswatini, Zimbabwe, and Zambia to come up with the decision, which it was an approval to some extent, but the conditions that were put there, the parties could not find a way to remedy the concerns raised by the Commission. And as such, the transaction didn't proceed. And there was another example where the information sharing actually quite played a significant role, a transaction involving Heineken, Distel, and Namibian breweries. There were issues and information that came from the national competition authorities, which resulted in the Commission approving that transaction with conditions. And as I conclude, let me highlight also that working together with national authorities actually proved to be very helpful to COMESA, because it so happened that we received some market intelligence to the extent of us in instituting investigations. The shipping case that Ibru pointed to, which was brought to the attention of the Commission by the Mauritius Competition Authority. There is a Toyota Tusho case. For those who follow us on our social media platforms, you see the Commission is investigating Toyota, and that case was also brought to the Commission through information from Zimbabwe. And we're looking at Yamaha case, which also again came from member states. And we do have another one. Of course, I can't give detail because something that is still under consideration, which will be coming very soon, which is out of a market inquiry. So that is how information sharing, particularly from the member states and the COMESA, Competition Authority, sharing information to the member states is actually quite helped in so far as detecting and deterring anti-competitive practices is concerned. We also have information sharing, but more on an informal basis with other non-COMESA member states. I can give you a few examples. We do quite communicate with the South Africa Competition Commission on an informal basis, but that informal relationship is quite helpful because in the process we discuss about cases that could have been notified to the Commission. Probably the South Africa Competition Commission is also investigating the same case. I can give you an example of the Bunge Vitera case. We quite worked with the South Africa Competition Commission. We worked with the Brazilian Competition Authority. And we do have an MOU also with the Nigerian Competition Authority to facilitate information exchange. And finally, we also working with the Mozambican Authority on market research. So we have found that quite helping. And beyond the commission with the national competition authorities, we do have platforms to share information with the other regional competition authorities and our continental competition authority. Let me end there. Thanks.
Thank you, Isaac. And just before I move on to Malik, Isaac, maybe you could just emphasize what the new, or how the new regulations address some of the loopholes you have identified a little bit more specifically. I think that would be useful for the audience.
Sure, thanks. Like I said, that the old regulation, as much as it mandated national competition authorities to work with the commission, supply information and all that, but you find us as COMESA, we were limited on the amount of information that we could share wherever there was claim of confidentiality. So, out of the realization of that loophole, because now it was very difficult, particularly for national authorities, to find some information in the market. You know, some players or some parties would claim confidentiality on issues that you would even wonder, but what's confidential about this information? But they will do that. So the time you spend forth and back negotiating and trying to make them understand that this is not confidential information. Remember, we talked about efficient and timely supply of information. That was very problematic, and actually it made the process inefficient. So the new regulations, the 2025 regulations, actually now has a provision which says that sharing of information between COMESA and the national competition authorities, there can't be confidentiality claims anymore. But to safeguard, because remember, confidentiality is very critical insofar as business operations are concerned. So there is a proviso to that provision to the extent that the Commission can only share confidential information in the major application form to national authorities who themselves also have confidentiality provisions in their own regulations. So that was a safeguard to ensure that we also maintain the confidentiality of information of businesses. So that's the new provision which we think can be very helpful going forward. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Isaac. Malik, moving over to you. Can you share with us what the framework for cooperation is and what these sort of discussions mean for the AFCFTA's competition protocol? So the framework of cooperation and information sharing between agencies.
Thank you very much, Rina. And maybe before I get there, let me thank also DG Kemi for the invitation and for this excellent conference. We are very happy to be here. For those who may not know a lot about the AFCFTA, we are not for yet an enforcer. We are a secretariat, which is mandated to assist the state parties to implement the agreement, the AFCFTA agreement, which is the result of the implementation of one of the AU Agenda 2063 flagship project. So we are the largest free trade agreement when you look at the numbers of participants. It's supposed to bring together the 55 African Union member states. So far, 50 member states have been ratified the agreement, which covers a variety of areas: goods, services, digital trade, investment, IP, women and youth in trade, just to be inclusive, and competition, of course. So we have the competition protocol under the AFCFTA agreement, which have been adopted by the Assembly in 2023. So we are now in the process of finalizing the implementing regulations and operationalizing the authority with a deadline that was set by the Assembly for 2028. So we are putting all the efforts to meet that deadline that was assigned by the heads of states and government of the African Union. Now, Rina, to you specifically, to your question on the framework for cooperation and information exchange under the protocol, I should say that it started even within the process of negotiation of the protocol itself. As you know, all agreements and rules under the AFCFTA are member-driven. There is a committee or subcommittees that are responsible for negotiating those rules. And there is a committee on competition policy that is in charge of the negotiations and the policy making on competition. So for every meeting of the committee, we have a standing agenda item on information about what the authorities are currently doing. So that is an opportunity and a platform for the agencies that are representing the state parties in the committee to share information on the current trends and development in competition law enforcement across the continent. So it starts there, and in the protocol itself, we have Article 22 of the protocol, which mandated also the development of a regulation on the AFCFTA competition network. So that is the main platform of cooperation and information exchange that will drive the enforcement of the protocol. So to give that or to implement that, we have developed a regulation on the FCFTA competition network, and in the functions of this network, you have information exchange. It provides the platform for that, both for non-confidential information, but also for confidential information. Because if you look at what the challenges in terms of information exchange between authorities and foreign governments and foreign agencies, it's the laws that prevent sometimes at national level authorities to exchange confidential information. So the agreement and the protocol is there to eliminate that legal constraint that some member states have. Because based on the agreement, which is an international convention or agreement that they have signed to, they have the legal basis at domestic level to be able now to exchange confidential information. So that is an important achievement. The regulation itself now provides for development of guidelines on how we are going to treat these confidential informations that will be shared within the network. Just to say that the network will be composed of national, regional, and the Continental Commission Authority. And it will also, as the case may be, include the sector regulators that are also operating on the continent. So, and what we know also is that, and I think Isaac said that earlier, what is an important factor in exchange of confidential information is to have also these confidentiality rings and also the level of protection that other jurisdictions have also at domestic level. So that is something we are going to deal with in those guidelines on how this confidential information will be dealt with. Now, on top of this regulation on the network, we have also the regulation on the powers and procedures of the authority in this Article 18, which also provides for not only information exchange, cooperation, and joint also investigations. So the legal framework is there. On measures, we have also Article 19 of these regulations on the referral mechanism, which allows the regional economic communities, commission authorities, and the continental authorities to also work together on major control. So just to wrap up, both on measures and antitrust, there is not only the legal framework that is in place, but also there will be the institutional framework for cooperation, which will be the AFCFTA competition network.
Thanks very much, Malik. I think really interesting to hear, what the composition of this network will be, not just necessarily competition agencies, national, regional, and intercontinental, but also sector regulators who, of course, have a lot of very valuable information and allow us to understand markets more quickly, I guess. So thank you for sharing the framework and the powers and the procedures that are in place. And I think you've also sort of you've stated that this is in line with international frameworks, or it's been guided by international frameworks. And moving on to those international frameworks and experiences, I'd like to ask Vela to share some of her experiences and examples from the international experience on cross-border cooperation between agencies and some of the considerations that may arise, such as political considerations. So Vela, over to you.
Thank you so much, Rena, for this opportunity and the Competition Authority of Kenya at large. So from my previous colleagues, we've understood that markets are highly globalized, but when it comes to enforcement of competition law, member states and national competition agencies play a critical role because they're the ones that have access to information, and therefore their willingness to share this information with regional and international competition authorities becomes very important for the enforcement of competition law. Therefore, in this case, as international level, first we have to understand that we have categorized information exchange and cooperation into two categories. That is the first generation cooperation, which is merely informal, involuntary, and it doesn't allow the sharing of confidential information unless there's consent from parties or businesses have given a waiver to confidentiality. The second one is the second generation cooperation, whereby competition agencies can share confidential information, including the sharing of investigative files without the consent of business parties that are involved in the investigation. And the only one we have so far is between the EU Commission and the Switzerland Competition Commission. But even then, such a kind of cooperation operates under strict data protection, and also under that agreement between Switzerland and the EU Commission, they are not allowed to share information relating to leniency application and settlement agreements between business parties unless they have consented to that. So most of the cooperation agreements we are having at the international level always involve the first generation cooperation agreements. So far we have bilateral agreements between member states and competition agencies. For example, the Competition Authority of Kenya and the Japan Free Trade the Japan Fair Competition Commission. And then we also have cooperation framework between regional or community competition agencies and national competition agency. The first one we ever had is the European Competition Network, which allows national competition agencies to share information among themselves. And also we have the African Competition Forum, which also we've seen it has really played a critical role in supporting African competition agencies in investigation, information sharing, undertaking critical market studies in important markets that affect African people. Recently, we now have alliances, especially in the area of technology regulation, where critical resources have become very important for technology governance. And because of the geopolitical competition in relation to technology governance, every country is trying to protect their own sovereignty and also their own materials. So far, US, China, and EU are now involved in the technology war. So far, we see what we call the Paxi-Silka between US and what it refers to trusted partners, that is India, South Korea, Australia, Canada, Taiwan is a non-signatory, whereby they're trying to build their own capacity in AI semiconductors and chips. For the European Union, it's not a member, but the EU Commission is also a non-signatory. Because of the important role of semiconductors and chips, they call themselves trusted partners so that they can help each other in fighting against, let me just say, China, which is really doing well in this area. In addition to alliances, we have the leniency applications as well. Leniency applications are usually applied by businesses that are involved in a cartel conduct, whereby you are involved in that cartel conduct, but you come to the competition agency and you provide information so that you'll be given immunity or your liability is reduced. So anytime a firm comes to the competition agency, they also have to give a waiver that allows the competition agencies to share critical information that will enable a coordination of the investigation. And also importantly, as he has talked about COMESA, which was an entire PhD project, my entire PhD project is the Memorandum of Understanding. Memorandum of Understanding are also informal, they're voluntary, and for the competition, for the COMESA Competition Commission, it became very important to have these MOUs to ensure this coordination of investigation, information sharing, mutual assistance, investigation across member states, and also it provided a platform in which national competition agency officials could iron out some of the disputes, because when it comes to the issue of information sharing, and there's always the question of competition agencies also protecting the economic interest of a country, because they also have institutional affiliation with the government. We have most of them also ensuring that when it comes to issues of public interest considerations, such as employment, the protection of SMEs, the participation of national level businesses to operate in other countries, they have the priority to protect whatever is happening in their country. So this one really helped, the MOUs have really helped in ironing some of these issues, especially the contestation on merger threshold, because COMESA started with a zero merger threshold, which really affected a lot of businesses. Because you see, if the importance of cooperation, especially for businesses, is to ensure that when there's coordination in investigation, it becomes easy for you not to be investigated by multiple competition agencies, which not only reduces on conflicting decisions, but it also provides legal certainty of where you can file your merger. As we see in the case of Kenya and COMESA, when Kenya introduced the 2019 merger threshold, allowing all mergers that meet the COMESA merger threshold to be filed with COMESA, and you can only inform the Competition Authority of Kenya that you've done so. It really reduced the conflicts that were coming up through COMESA. Do I still have time? So thank you so much. So some of the challenges that we face in cooperation and information exchange at the international level is information asymmetry and power imbalances. Because you see, some of these cooperation agreements between the EU and the US, as relates to coordination, they require that parties should provide confidentiality waivers. But would agree it will be really difficult for a developing country or a poor country in Africa to compel international multinational companies and tech companies to provide confidentiality waivers. And another issue is we have these blocking status, and China is one of the countries that really, because it is a state-centric and it focuses on a state-centric kind of governance, it has laws that protect state secrets, data security laws. So firms and even competition agencies are not allowed to share information, especially sensitive business information, to other foreign competition agencies or institutions without getting approval from government. So in some cases you find if another country refuses and it's using these blocking laws, it's using data firewalls as well, because data protection law is also a very important aspect. And it's in the member states' interest not to share sensitive information. At the end of the day, we are also competing and would like to see our businesses also operate in other countries. So those kind of laws in this kind of specific countries that do not allow competition agencies or businesses to share information without the government approval is really an important factor. And I've also talked, of course, of politics, rivalry. We've seen the Trump administration. We have contestation between whether to regulate or to deregulate. There's shifting priorities. You cannot argue that the goals of competition law during the World Trade Organization when it was being discussed is the same now, because resources have changed, alliances have shifted, and therefore competition agencies or member states are going to cooperate only when they have shared interest. And sometimes those shared interest is not about protecting competition or consumers.
Thank you, Vela, and I think you've gone on to our next kind of wrapping up of the session by raising some of the challenges as well. And with that, I just want to go to Isaac on these challenges. So on paper, everything looks good. You have frameworks, you have MOUs, you have informal and formal ways of sharing information. It all sounds great. But what are some of the day-to-day challenges? Why isn't this happening as effectively as it should? What do the analysts face on a day-to-day basis when they're trying to get information from other jurisdictions?
Yeah, thanks, Prof. Okay, so you know, Prof, the challenges that you talked about earlier on and what Vela was already highlighting, I think they apply across the board. And COMESA is not immune when it comes to the relationship with the national authorities. You find capacity asymmetry is very rife. Actually, as you might be aware that COMESA is made of varied countries, 21 of them. They are at different levels of development, different levels of capacity. Some are nascent authorities, some quite advanced. So you'd see that in as much as you'd want to receive information in an efficient, in a timely manner, like we had highlighted earlier, to say for it to work well, information needs to be provided in an efficient and timely manner. In some circumstances, because of the capacity limitations of member states, you might not get that information in the right format as well sometimes. And like everyone was highlighting, there is this misalignment in the laws themselves. Like I said earlier, you find that the Commission has the power to give certain information to member states. And like now with the new regulations allowing us to share such kind of information, it may not be the same with some of the member states because they might not have such kind of provisions in their own laws. So that will also be a limitation. And with the global trend of what's happening currently, that national interests are becoming more prominent even in trade itself. That has a bearing, and we have seen it firsthand in respect of some transactions where you find the Commission will raise concerns, say there are these concerns with this transaction, which might have effects in countries A and B, but you'd see some governments amongst the member states coming to the Commission and say, no, you know, this transaction is very critical for our economy. And as such, there is no way that you say it cannot be approved, or it can be approved with those conditions. So that also has an effect. The only good thing for now is, at least for COMESA, there is a tendency to have a forth and back communication, which sometimes ends up soothing such kind of national interest drive by virtue of showing that this is for the interest of the region, including yourselves. You know, sometimes governments will just be inward looking. They won't be looking what's happening outside. So when you explain to them, say, what we are looking at is this kind of harm, and it can affect you even in the long term before you know it. Then some would tend to understand and say, yeah, at least you are coming up with a way to protect our markets. And I think the confidentiality issue is not yet, in as much as we have those provisions, but it's not yet off the hook as a problem, because you find that in the decision-making process, and in particular, even after decision-making, to publicize decisions, you know, you still need to talk to the parties. These are the issues. This is how the decision will be. we had had a situation where even publicizing and or telling national competition authorities the trade names of the subsidiaries of the merging parties in a member state were said to be confidential. I'd be like, what's confidential about trade names? But you see that those are the kind of challenges we were facing, and we hope with the new regulation that will not come again. Thanks, Prof.
Thanks, Isaac. And to wrap up, Malik, some of your parting thoughts, you've been listening to the experiences of the COMESA Competition Commission. We've heard about some of the international experiences. So listening to these, to what our colleagues have said, what challenges, there are going to be challenges going forward, and what challenges do you expect for continental competition enforcement, and how are you preempting dealing with some of these challenges? I think you've already started sharing with us some of the institutional frameworks you have in place, but perhaps just your parting thoughts based on what our colleagues have said around the challenges.
Thank you very much. I think, yes, of course, there will be challenges, and some of these challenges we learned from the experience of the RECs, and that's why the solutions have been already embedded in the legal framework. For example, when it comes to exchange of confidential information. And that we learned from the experience of the European Competition Network. As Vela indicated, the Commission and the Member States can exchange information, including confidential information, within the network without even the need for a waiver from the parties. That's the same framework that the AFCFTA competition network will provide. And it will go further because we also learned from the experience of the, for example, the YMO consultative committee, which is an excellent framework, in my view, where the national commission authorities and the directorate come together and they discuss the cases, they share or discuss the theory of harms and the draft decision that the commission intends to take. And this will be also transposed into the AFCFTA competition network. And that will, maybe I'm going to the solutions, that will allow to deal with this information asymmetry and capacity gap that we have, both within the regional economic communities and between the RECs. Because you have also other RECs where there was no commission authority. So the network will allow those authorities that lack capacity to get information about what may also be affecting their own jurisdiction. And the network will deal with not only cases that are before the continental authority, but also current investigations that the national authorities and the RECs are dealing with. So at the end, we expect that with this framework, all those issues that our colleague from UNCTAD was raising in terms of the cost of not cooperating will be remedied in the context of the network. But of course, you will always have, let's say, reluctance and pushbacks from some. It's normal. It's the dynamics that you have when you want to bring people together. There will be differences. But I think with the tools that will be put together in the context of the network, those resistance will be minimized. For example, when we were negotiating Article 18 of the regulation on the powers and procedures, that issue came about confidential information. We know that there are laws in some member states that doesn't allow that. But as far as it's not coming directly from your constitution, when you have a multilateral framework, which is the AFCFTA, you have also obligations that you have taken, which also are, let's say, superior to your national laws, and which give you also that legal backing to share the confidential information. So that is what we have put in place, taking into consideration the current challenges and experiences at both international and regional level, and trying to provide solutions within the rules and also the institutional framework.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Malik. Could we please have a round of applause for our speakers? Thank you. I have squeezed them to 45 minutes, but I think it would be wrong if we didn't ask for 2 questions, and I hope I'm not delaying the procedure. I was given 45 minutes. Okay, great. Could we have 2 questions or comments? I see 2 hands, so you're the lucky 2. If someone could just give them a mic.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Gideon Sang, and thank you, the panelists, for sharing your insights on this topic. And we do understand the importance of the need for timely and effective information sharing when it comes to our investigations or even analysis of merger transactions, and more so cross-border cases of merger transactions. And there is this word that our panelists have mentioned more than 20 times: confidentiality. And I think it's important to understand the genesis of these provisions, especially with the national competition authorities, which is actually, it's actually an incentive to encourage stakeholders to share information with us willingly, to aid us in our processes. And as we are advancing the AFCFTA agenda, my question to the panelists is, of course, we'll review regulations, or we'll put in place guidelines or frameworks. And will this also involve, reviewing the regulations or laws in the national, economies to allow, the waiving of this confidentiality? Because if a stakeholder, for example, and you'll agree with me that the information supplied by stakeholders themselves, in most cases, play a key role in concluding these cases. So what assurance are we giving the stakeholders that this information that is supplied to the national authorities, for example, or the regional competition agencies, for example, will not be used or shared to institutions even outside the jurisdictions of operations that may end up jeopardizing their competitive positions in their markets? And do we have plans, or are we already engaging these stakeholders? Are we bringing them on board to be part of the process so that we give them this assurance that the reason for the need for this information sharing is particularly to aid in ensuring that our markets remain competitive? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Gideon. Let's take the second question, and then the panelists can respond to both.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the presentations. And I would want to, my question is also on the aspect of confidentiality, specifically for Dr. Mwemba. And you have been so passionate about it, and you even say, what about, what is so confidential about a trade name? And that statement got me thinking, and my question is, could it be, or have you thought of the fact that sometimes these stakeholders and organizations are not releasing information, not necessarily because they are not confidential in nature, but issue of their reputation? When you look at organizations and stakeholders, they how are we safeguarding or reassuring their reputation as an organization, that it will not be in the context that we are releasing the information will be, we don't want to release it because we want to protect our reputation and safeguard our clients, because we don't want our clients going out and saying, you released my information. It risks their reputation. Just a comment on that.
Thank you. So both questions around issues of confidentiality. Rory, is that a hand or okay, and now we've got more than two, but I'm going to let the speakers just respond to these issues, and I'm looking at Lynette, who happens to be in front of me in terms of time, so 5 minutes. So I'm afraid the second round of questions will not be possible. We can engage with the speakers after tea. So if our panelists can just try and address some of these questions around confidentiality, that would be great. Let's start, Mike.
I think the moderator has her own mic to share that one. It's confidential. But yeah, I think you're right. There needs to be safeguards and guarantees and assurance that the confidential information that will be shared between the Commission authorities will be treated as such, provided that they are confidential, as Isaac was saying, because it's not the parties that determine at the end of the day what is confidential. The authority have the final say on what is confidential or not, and that is also very clear in the AFCFTA rules. Now, since there will be different authorities with different laws, different capacities, the guidelines that are mandated to be developed will make sure that those who will be participating in those consultations when a case is being looked at within the network have the same level of protection that the AFCFTA rules and the guidelines are providing, so that informations shared will not be, let's say, communicated outside of the network. So it's still work in progress. The principles are there, the rules are there, but you need to go now into the details in those guidelines on how now these confidentiality will be preserved. So, and I think the issue raised by Madam are within the same, but I will let maybe Isaac deal with that.
Sure, thanks. I know we don't have time, but I can presume what Rory was going to talk about. He was going to talk about confidentiality as well, and to try and emphasize how important it is. There's no doubt that confidentiality is very, very important. And I can tell you that even the COMESA Competition Commission is very alive to that fact. And to alert and tell you that it's not like you read through the form and you say, this is not confidential, this is not confidential. No, there is a real process and strict guidelines on determination of what is confidential and what is not confidential. So let me hasten to highlight and say that the competition authorities and COMESA in particular needs information, okay? Information to understand the transaction, information to understand the parties involved, and as such, the national competition authorities, squarely, they need also to have an appreciation of what kind of a transaction are we looking at and what form and what companies are we looking at. So you find that it is very important for COMESA Competition Commission to provide as much information to the national competition authorities so that we can also get much information. I think we all agree on the importance of having information, because that's when you can make proper informed decisions. So what is there are assurances that needs to be built insofar as the sharing of that confidential information is concerned. As part of the solutions, I was going to highlight that it is in the Commission's mandate to also try and ensure that any information that will be considered confidential when sharing, we are sharing with national authorities that have confidentiality provisions in there. And that I can assure you, it will never happen that the Commission will share confidential information to a competition authority which doesn't have confidentiality provisions themselves. That is very clear, black and white in the regulations, so it won't be possible. What we cannot run away and which we should agree in this room is to say we need to share information, because really it's also unfair to the national authorities not to have access to that kind of information and still compel them to make a decision. I don't think it will be fair to them as well. You mentioned about what's confidential about the trade name. Yes, of course, I said it jokingly, but let me tell you, sometimes in jurisdictions, we know companies by certain trade names, without which you will not know who this company is. And even trying then to seek for information from the national authority to say, can you please analyze this market where this player is? Then they will not be able to do that. But we understand the reputational risk, and sometimes you are not allowed to be operating in certain environments, and you are there and you don't want the authorities to know that you are operating in that market. But you are also putting the regional competition authority on a corner which they cannot survive with. I hope I have answered the question. Thank you.
Okay, so my contribution to this, I've done it in 2 papers you need to read. The first one is why, how, and when do national competition agencies support regional competition authorities, focusing on the COMESA. And the second one is rethinking public interest consideration in merger analysis. So thank you so much for giving me my next research paper on confidentiality. And I think the first thing we need to do is to reconceptualize what is confidential. And that is why the existence of regional competition agencies benefits businesses. So you have to be extremely reasonable and also take into consideration the legitimate interest governing sharing of information and cooperation, because it will benefit you by ensuring that there's no conflicting decisions from different jurisdictions. And finally, you need to have compliance programs focusing on this issue so that you can also tell your lawyers about privileged information, lawyer-client confidentiality issues so that they're able to support you in this. Thank you.
Thanks, Vela. Thank you. A round of applause again for our speakers. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, there we go. Hand over the mic here.
Thank you, Prof. We could just stand for a brief photo. Thank you. Let's appreciate them as they exit the stage. Next, we are going to have a brief health break, 10 to 15 minutes. And then after that, we are going to proceed to breakout sessions. We have 2 breakout sessions. The first breakout is going to take place in the room on my left. It's been labeled Lenanambili. So the topic being discussed in that area is going to be in competition in the agriculture and food markets. And then the second breakout session is going to take place here, where we are going to be discussing on regional integration and regulation of digital markets for enhanced consumer welfare. So we can proceed and take a brief health break and then move out to the breakout rooms. Then immediately after the breakout sessions are over, we'll proceed for lunch at the same place, Lelai. And then after that, we are going to convene back in this hall. Thank you very much. You may proceed for your health break. Tourism. Joining her for the session, we are going to have Mr. Boniface Committee. Mr. Boniface Committee is a consumer and welfare, is going to be discussing on consumer welfare and the AFCFTA, the need for a protocol on consumer protection. Let's appreciate committee as it comes. I can only hear claps from this table. I think we can take it again. Next, you're going to have Mr. Gideon Sang is going to be talking about artificial intelligence and market dynamics in Africa. Let's appreciate him as he comes. Thank you. We are going to have also Dr. Caroline Mwaura. Dr. Caroline Mwaura. Okay. Forgive me if I mispronounce your names, but I'm going to try. Mr. Huliso Mulaudzi. Welcome. I'm almost, thank you. Let's appreciate him. Mr. Huliso is going to discuss about challenges in the assessment of market power in digital markets. Another difficult name, Mr. Mfumeleli. I'll stop there. Mr. Mfumeleli is going to be talking about COMESA 3.0, closing the digital gap with transaction value triggers. Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much. Dr. Beatrice, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Trufosa. And really happy to lead a team of very well-experienced and well-researched panelists that are really going to be speaking to this issue of regional integration and regulation of digital markets. As you all may know, digital markets are changing the way we do business. And in that case, then they require a different form of regulation. So these panelists have got very well researched and authored papers. And each one of them is going to take about 10 minutes to tell us about their research, to tell us about the key issues in their research. And then after that, we are going to go to a Q&A. So what I will do is I will introduce each one of them as they take their sessions to speak about their papers. And then after that, they are going to go ahead and speak to the issues of their paper. So the first person I will introduce is Boniface Committee. Boniface Committee, we were just joking about his name because this committee resonates with Kenyans. You all know where is committee, and he told me he's a shareholder in that place. So if you need a holiday, you can talk to him about after this particular presentation. So Boniface Committee is an economist with a strong background in competition and consumer protection law and policy, as well as regulatory compliance, with a career spanning over a decade in both private and public sectors. But also he's earned a reputation as a dedicated advocate for consumer rights and fair market practices in Kenya. And those of us who have listened to him in the last 2 days, yesterday and today, have heard him allude to some of those particular issues. He's also the current head of consumer protection at the Competition Authority of Kenya, where he is tasked with setting up the Consumer Protection Department, and he has played a key role in leading the investigations and resolutions of consumer complaints, shaping consumer welfare enforcement strategies, and enhancing compliance with various sectors. His work has contributed to safeguarding consumer welfare and ensuring a level playing field in Kenya's rapidly evolving landscape. So Boniface has sent in a paper, or he has proposed particular issues in his paper that is entitled Consumer Welfare and the ACFTA, and he proposes the need for a protocol on consumer protection, right? He proposes the need for a protocol on consumer protection. So we all know the ongoing in the ACFTA and the three-phase discussions. So phase one was on the goods and services, phase two, investment, intellectual property, and competition issues. And the third phase is really on e-commerce, digital, and inclusive trade, and issues on the inclusivity of women and youth. So issues around harmonizing e-commerce, cross-border payments, data transfers, and eliminating barriers faced by marginalized groups. So these issues that we've been discussing in the last 2 days, yesterday and today. So Boniface is going to help us to understand why, in addition to the protocol on digital trade and the protocol on women and youth, we need a third protocol on consumer protection. So why is it necessary? What issues will it address, and how will it be entrenched in the negotiation processes? So over to you, Boniface.
Thank you. Thank you, Beatrice. I'll start my presentation. As you may be aware about the AFCFTA, I don't need to really define what it is. But the aim is to create an integrated market in Africa. And we see the need for a protocol on consumer protection, and thus my paper wants to bring out why we need this protocol on consumer protection. We cannot fail to mention the economic potential of Africa. We have seen that cross-border trade is expected to create a market for Africa. Then cross-border trade, we know, is going to really increase, and that is going to be fueled by e-commerce. So how do we ensure consumer welfare is enhanced as we shift to formal consumption, such as e-commerce or supermarkets? In order to look at that, then we have to see what the gap or where the gap is in terms of consumer protection. We all know that the main aim of business is profit maximization. When you start a business, you want to make profits. You do not really think about the consumer as somebody to protect or to enhance the welfare of, but you look at the market for goods. And thus, also, if we look at competition policy, which is good, and we know the aim of competition policy is to enhance the welfare of consumer, but competition policy focuses really on product choice and pricing, and but consumer policy focuses on the business-consumer relationships. Good to understand that. Let's look at the historical context of consumer protection law. It did not just start recently. In Africa, there were conversations in 1996 regarding consumer protection policy, and there was need to have, for countries, not just in Africa, to come up with consumer protection regulations. Now, the current reality is Africa is still lagging in consumer protection. It's still considered as a last priority. And to address a risk, the risk is without protection of consumers, and especially as we are heading towards the digital markets, then trust in digital markets is going to erode. The conversation across the world, and also in AFCFTAs, in terms of digital trade, but we need to enhance the trust. And trust, then we have to think about consumer protection policy. So if you look at the AFCFTA and the protocols, obviously you're talking about trade in goods, there's a trade in services protocol, etc. But once trade is enhanced within Africa, then we have to really visualize what the key challenges will be for consumers, even as trade is being conducted within Africa. False or misleading representations, false claims about quality of goods, issues of misleading pricing. There'll be unconscionable conduct in unfair contract terms, because there'll be trade in services, so unfair contract terms, issues of superior bargaining power, issues of hidden fees and charges. There'll be product safety issues. E-commerce eliminates personal verification. There'll be issues of digital advertising. And consumers definitely lack the expertise to evaluate complex goods. So those are the issues that are going to come, and we need to visualize as Africa how we are going to address them. And digital economy risks, there are going to be risks associated with the digital economy. Some of the conversations we had yesterday were issues of scams and fraud. And what we are seeing within Africa is that there are inadequate legal and regulatory mechanisms to build consumer protection issues, or rather to deal with consumer protection issues in the digital economy. Unlimited redress mechanisms, and that is the reason why AFCFTA should prioritize consumer protection. So, consumer protection, I would say, is a human rights issue. You know, consumer rights is equals to fundamental rights. Kenya, for example, in Kenya, consumer rights is entrenched in the Constitution of Kenya 2010 under Article 46 of the Constitution. So that shows the need to prioritize consumer protection within Africa. It makes businesses to comply with the rule of law. It forces businesses to rethink their products in terms of coming up with good quality products. It makes them start to think about the consumer welfare and not just focus on profit maximization. Trust drives market participation. So when consumers trust the products being produced, then it will drive market participation. As I mentioned, in 1996, there was the Harare Conference, which called for action by government and consumer organizations to protect consumers. We've seen an increase in consumer associations. There's a regional focus. There's a COMESA, Competition and Consumer Commission, focusing on consumer protection through the change in their regulations most recently. The East African Community Competition Authority also leading the way. And there's the national focus across Africa and the world in terms of consumer protection. So the opportunity then is, this is what can unite Africa. It's basically on consumer protection. And this is entrenched in Agenda 2063, Aspiration 3, that an Africa of good governance, democracy, and respect for human rights and justice. So, and also digital economy and consumer risks, they're quite numerous. So it means that the AFCFTA needs to really look at consumer protection as a key protocol because of the emerging risks. Africa is leading in digital financial services, such as M-Pesa and mobile money. And we see the growth drivers are high-speed internet, smartphones, accessibility, and social digital connectivity. We've seen numerous benefits, financial inclusion and the growth of e-commerce platforms. But the risks also abound: data misuse, privacy infringements, cyber crimes, and frauds, and also consumer indebtedness. Now, if you look at the AU Digital Transformation Strategy, 2020 to 2030, it recognizes the need for consumer protection. So then we have to address this gap. Small and medium businesses, as much as we want them to trade with one another within Africa, are not prepared for consumer demands, the demands associated with the digital economy. Thus, the need for a protocol that will look at some of these issues and prepare businesses as well as consumers for this growth in business that is going to happen within the AFCFTA. So I just wanted to have a small look at the protocols, the current protocols, and whether they touch on consumer protection. The Trade in Goods Protocol does not mention anything on consumer protection in terms of quality standards or in terms of recall procedures or liability framework for defective goods. The Trade in Services Protocol, likewise, we don't see any protection from unconscionable conduct or fair treatment commitments. The Dispute Settlement Protocol just focuses on state-to-state disputes. There's no mechanism on consumer business disputes. And also the Competition Policy Protocol, as I indicated earlier on, competition and consumer protection are different disciplines, and therefore it ignores the vertical business to consumer protection. And also the digital trade protocol has limited consumer protection because it only covers return, safety, and supplier liability, and misses, on a big extent, comprehensive online protection strategies. So that is the missing puzzle in that whole puzzle. That's the missing sort of piece which we need to connect to that puzzle. There's a digital trade and data protection gaps, which we have seen the challenges arising from online e-commerce. It's only 30% of Africans who shop online, so there's the lack of trust. Dark patterns are arising. We mentioned issues of scams and fraud. It's only 25 out of 54 African countries that have online consumer protection laws. It's only South Africa and Senegal that have specific legislation on e-commerce and data protection issues. Therefore, the need for specific legislation plus enforcement plus dispute resolution strategies. The opportunity we have seen is Africa's digital economy could reach to $712 billion by 2050. So the case for a standalone protocol on consumer protection, if you look at international practice, best practice, EU, the WTO proposals, and what I'm suggesting that the consumer protection protocol would address issues of product safety standards, online consumer protection, redress mechanisms, issues of data protection and privacy, consumer education and awareness, cross-border enforcement cooperation, which I talked about yesterday when I sat in one of the panels, and most critical is the online dispute resolution systems. COVID-19 has given us lessons. We saw issues of price gouging on essential products. There were supply chain disruptions. Consumer rights were infringed. So recommendations: adopt a standalone consumer protection protocol distinct from competition policy with dedicated resources and cross-border enforcement cooperation. And as I indicated, some of the key protocol elements we'd want to see: implementation support in terms of member state capacity building, consumer awareness campaigns, business compliance initiatives, and definitely we need to align that with international standards, for example, the EU consumer protection principles. We know consumer protection is the key. It's the economic growth enabler. Trust drives market participation. Fair treatment of consumers will build business reputation and competitiveness. So a standalone consumer protection protocol will build consumer trust within the AFCFTA and achieve the AU Agenda 2063 vision. So the call to action is prioritize consumer protection in the phase 3 negotiations. Thank you very much.
Boniface, very well articulated and very well and strongly put a call to action to entrench consumer protection into the phase 3 of the ACFTA negotiations. So I think I will, at this particular point in time, call Gideon, who speaks to some of the issues that Boniface has raised, and some of the issues that have been raised all the way from yesterday to today on issues data protection and issues of data digital trade, AI. Are we ready for this kind of engagement? Are we well prepared in terms of our regulatory frameworks to manage these kinds of issues? So I will speak to who Gideon is and briefly highlight what his research speaks to, and then he will take the floor to be able to explain further. So he has extensive experience in competition law and merger control and regulatory policy, having played a leading role in the review and assessment of complex merger transactions within the framework of the Competition Authority of Kenya, where he works as a senior analyst, merger and acquisitions. So he has participated in numerous local and international regional workshops, trainings, capacity building programs on competition law, consumer protection, merger acquisitions, and digital markets. And he has also actively engaged with stakeholders from both governments, businesses, academia, and development partners in policy dialogues, stakeholder forums, and advocacy initiatives aimed at promoting competitive markets. So he has been involved in the design and negotiation and monitoring of merger remedies, and has contributed to the assessment of transactions with significant competition and public interest implications. So his research interest is both in competition policy as regards digital markets, but also artificial intelligence, market dynamics, merger regulation, market power, and consumer welfare. His current paper that he is going to talk about speaks to the issues of artificial intelligence and market dynamics. So Gideon will help us understand what are the emerging issues around AI, right, as it differentiates itself from other digital issues, but also be able to tell us how does it contribute to market dynamics? How does it change market dynamics? And what issues does competition authorities need to be ready for or to prepare for in terms of preparing themselves for AI? But I think also it would be helpful that Gideon helps us understand the differences in terms of AI application in Africa and other parts of the world. So welcome so much, Gideon. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Beatrice, for that wonderful introduction. And also to Mr. Committee, who has also touched on some of the issues that my paper tries to uncover. And I think at this point, we cannot underscore or understate the benefits that digitalization has brought to our economies. And this was also touched on by the speakers this morning, including the DG himself, when he took us through the benefits of digitalization, which, when coupled with the regional integrations that we have witnessed in our regions, actually have contributed immensely to shaping our markets and also to consumer welfare. But I narrowed down my research to AI, which I also noticed that there is not much in terms of research, and maybe it's an area that you need to look more into, because digital markets is a wide scope. And AI is quite fundamentally distinct from the other forms of previous technologies in one sense. Because when we talk of AI, we're looking at yes, so we're looking at computer models that have the capability to learn. They also have the capability to, to predict, and also to make decisions, independently, independent of human intervention. So unlike the previous technologies that have been advanced, which focus more on automation of processes, Now we are moving towards a new technology or a new era of technology where I have distinct or independent models that are capable of learning and also making decisions independent of that human intervention. And but do we really understand this market, even as regulators, as we think about, formulating policies or regulations to help us govern or regulate this market? And the answer is could be no, because of how this value chain is structured, or the AI supply chain is structured. You'll find that there are various players or various levels of technologies that have to interact for us to be able to power the various AI applications that we have interacted with. So that when you talk of, for example, ChatGPT, which I know most of us have used before, you will ask a question through your phone or even your computer, and you get a very detailed response, which sometimes will look like magic. But behind that, there are a number of technologies or players in different product markets, and also even in different geographical markets, which means there are different countries that have to interact for them to be able to power these applications that we utilize on our daily or day-to-day activities. So just to demystify the value chain, I'll try to quickly take us through what the AI value chain entails. And at the very top of it, we have two main players. That is the hardware bit of it. And then we also have cloud computing. And for those of us who are in the plenary session this morning, when you look at the hardware level of this value chain, you realize that there's no much, or there are not as many participants in this space as we'd wish to have. And you realize that most of the leaders in this space are actually domiciled in the leading economies, such as the USA, and as mentioned in the plenary, China. And it's an area that also has generated a lot of interest because of the role that this level of the value chain plays in advancing AI in our markets. So hardware actually entails the microchips, or the microprocessors that are required before when we talk about the other things of data. And closely tied to that is cloud computing. And this is basically platforms offered again by big tech companies that allow advancers of this technology to utilize a space, so that instead of you having, for example, the need to have physical data servers, you can rent this space from these big techs, and you can utilize the space to do your programming and develop any AI models that you want to come up with. And then moving on, there is also the training bit of it, and this is where data comes in. And as you'll notice in the presentation, data plays a very key role when it comes to AI development. So with training of data, the key thing here is the quality of the data that is required, and also the volumes, because these machines rely on large volumes of data trained with time or over time and again. And then the quality of this data also determines the kind of platform that you're able to come up with. And then the next level is foundation models upon which the applications that we utilize are built on. So these foundation models, again, there is some level of competition in that market. And it's also very critical because this is where our AI applications operate from. So with the nature of the value chain itself, you can see that there are several players involved. So as regulators, it's very critical to understand this value chain before when we think about where and when and what to regulate. And just to mention a key characteristics of the top two levels of the value chain is that they actually involve high fixed cost. That means you need a lot of financial resources for you to be able to come up with these hardware. The same applies to cloud computing. And that is why you realize that only the big tech companies that have the financial capability or enough or sufficient financial resources are the ones participating in this space. So that when you talk of Amazon, you talk of Google, and also Microsoft. Those are the main players at that level of the value chain. But for the rest of the participants or levels of the value chain, there is quite, some intense competition, if I may say. and which now begs the question of the issues that may arise given the nature or the complex nature of this entire value chain. So these big techs, again, have also expanded their footprint when it comes to the entire development of AI, so that you'll find big companies like Google also participating in the production of AI applications. They're also involved in the training of data, and they're also involved in the building of the foundational models that are required to build our AI applications. So with these undertakings or companies or firms being already dominant at the upper side of the value chain, what concerns may arise as they get involved even in the downstream aspects of AI. So there are several concerns, of course, with the fact that these are dominant firms that by virtue of the nature of the services they offer, have accumulated vast volumes of data over time, and they have that capacity to also get involved in the production of AI models and AI applications in competition with other smaller firms that may want to participate in this market. And the concerns are both structural, and they can also be strategic. Structural in the sense that the market itself, the market structure is unique, and also strategic in the sense that the participants in this market can also engage in conducts that may harm competition or even lock out competitors who may want to join the market. And the key concern around the world this day is data-driven market power. I know for us competition practitioners, we understand what market power means, but it is a market power achieved through accumulation of vast data over time. And the question therefore arises, what happens to startups, for example, who may not have access to this data, but could have better solutions that could even compete with the solutions that are offered by these big tech companies? So with data in mind, that market power can be easily abused. So the big tech companies being relied upon by smaller startups can decide not to extend or allow these startups to utilize their data. And that's where now the aspect of regulation should come in, if we must really open up this space for more competitors. Now, the other thing is gatekeeping. I've mentioned that these big tech companies control the infrastructure, the AI infrastructure, the upper level. And no participant or player will be able to, produce AI solutions without utilizing the services or the infrastructure controlled by the big tech companies. So with gatekeeping, they can easily, or these big tech companies can easily deny startups or smaller companies or firms from utilizing the infrastructure. They can also make it difficult for them by imposing, for example, unfair terms, or make it difficult for them to be able to utilize this infrastructure. So that's the other concern. And the next is on AI-enabled collusion. I know with our competition laws, both regionally or even nationally, when you talk about collusion, we're looking at, conventionally, we're looking at two firms agreeing, for example, to set prices or agreeing on various parameters of trade. But what happens in a case where machines are involved, machines that can reason, machines that can make decisions, and even agree and read what the other machine is doing, and in the form of a tacit collusion, for example, set prices that may match those of the competitors. As a regulator, of course, with the kind of regulatory tools that we have currently, we may not actually capture that element under collusion, because the firms are not involved directly, but machines that now are able to communicate and exchange information and make decisions and also fix prices. So that's another concern that competition authorities or regulators should take a note of. And also there's need to really approach this with care, because at the end of the day, the ultimate outcome of this is price fixing, which, as we all know, can really harm our markets. And finally, there is also the aspect of killer acquisitions. And this applies to mergers and acquisitions, where you'll find a big tech company, for example, acquiring a startup that could have easily offered effective competition in the long run. So on the onset, you may find that it may not raise any concerns because of the thresholds that we rely on when it comes to merger analysis. And for the regulators in the house, you know, our thresholds are based on turnover or value of assets. So transactions involving smaller startups may not be captured because they'll not fall, they may end up not falling within the thresholds that we have prescribed. But in the long run, you'll find that this startup that is acquired actually could have offered better competition to the big firms that are already in the market. And we have examples of cases that we have witnessed around the world. I think the most talked about case is the merger involving Meta and WhatsApp and also Instagram. And at the very beginning of it, when these transactions were reviewed by the respective, jurisdictions, they were not foreseen there was no that likelihood to raise competition concerns. But at the end of the day, because of the issues around network effects, and when it comes to social networking, in fact, some of the regulators were even forced to go back and review these transactions because of the harm or the effect that they eventually had in those markets. And bringing it home, in Nigeria, we had a case or a merger transaction involving Paystack and Stripe. Stripe is a technology company, a global technology company, and Paystack was a payment solutions firm operating in Nigeria. So those transactions generated a lot of interest in how transactions or merger transactions involving in the digital space could easily harm our competition. So in that case, those are the concerns that going forward we must speak to. We must also come up with solutions that will cover and address all these issues. Moving on to the challenges. Now, especially in the context of Africa, what are some of the challenges that we face as we try to come up with regulatory tools to assist us in regulating these markets? And the most common challenge is in terms of capacity, which I know has been touched on by previous speakers. And this is both financially and also technically, because you'll find that most of our institutions, competition regulatory bodies around the world, especially in Africa, are staffed with technically by lawyers or economists. And hardly do you find, technology experts, being part of the technical assessment teams in these authorities. So because of lack of that capacity, at this point, we may not really be looking at these issues on digital markets or AI as we should be doing. So going forward, of course, there's that need to build capacity in terms of staffing and also allocating sufficient resources to even procure tools that will assist us to regulate these markets. The other challenge is data concentration. And I've mentioned that most of the data that is relied upon by AI developers is controlled or concentrated in a few dominant players. And you'll find as regulators, we even utilize the data that is held by these firms in our day-to-day operations. So as we are looking to regulate, remember these are firms domiciled in other jurisdictions. Now, how do we harmonize our regulations to ensure that we capture or we are able to deal with concerns arising from these cases, even when some of the players are domiciled outside our jurisdictions? And the other issue, the other challenge that we face is in terms of fragmentation of our laws. Of course, we've tried to harmonize our regulations through, our regional bodies, talk of EAC, talk of COMESA, and now even the AFCFTA. But still, our laws are fragmented, and you'll find it's only those transactions that meet the threshold go to these regional bodies that, or cases that have cross-border effects that get to go or to be reviewed by these regional organizations. So with that in mind, of course, is the need to further harmonize our regulations so that we are able to better capture the issues that arise from these markets properly. And the last issue there is this cross-border enforcement. And I know this was touched on by the previous speakers as well. And the challenges around this, even when it comes to data sharing. How do we, what mechanisms are we putting in place to facilitate, cross-border sharing of data in the effort to better regulate these markets? And finally, before I go to the recommendations, we've made some, I can say, good steps across various jurisdictions. Of course, with the USA and the UK leading in this area. They have better regulations, if I may say, sophisticated tools to better scrutinize or investigate concerns that may arise from this market. But coming back home, of course, there are jurisdictions in Africa that have done some work around this. South Africa has been mentioned to have engaged or conducted various inquiries or market studies in the digital markets, Kenya and also Nigeria. And we have also formulated or come up with regulations, not directly touching on AI, but regulations that play a role in regulating that aspect. Of course, with the national AI strategies that we see around a few countries in Africa, we can't say that we are on the right track. Of course, in that quest to come up with better regulations. So in Kenya, for example, we have the National AI Strategy. We also have the Data Protection Act that speaks to a few aspects of AI. And we also have the Cybersecurity Act. And lastly, the Competition Amendment Bill of 2026, which seeks to expand the mandate of the Competition Authority to include the regulation of digital markets. Nigeria also have a number of regulations that speak to this area. And with time, of course, we expect to see more regulatory tools and more harmonization of these regulations so that we can better investigate or even analyze transactions in this area. So what are some of the recommendations I gave? The first, there is a proportionate or phased regulation. Of course, given the nature of our markets, we cannot come up with sophisticated regulatory tools when in the first place we have not even taken time to understand what the market entails. So by taking time to understand the market through more inquiries and engaging all the stakeholders that play a role in this area, then now there is a time when then we can tailor strict regulations that now will govern this area. So it's not a matter of copying and pasting what the leading economies have done, but contextualizing or applying these regulations. Of course, we've borrowed so much from these leading economies, but in the case of Africa, there is that need to be proportionate and apply these regulations as proportionately as we can. And the other key issue on that was data. So what can we do around data? And the key thing there is to allow other players or competitors to access data that has been accumulated by market leaders. And with that, we'll be opening up that space, of course, by reducing the barriers to entry. And by allowing startups to utilize this data, of course, we'll be offering effective competition, or these startups could come in to offer effective competition and make these market more competitive. Now, when it comes to merger review, of course, we have done, can give the example of Kenya. We've intervened previously with the tools that you currently have. You have talked about the case that was mentioned, M-Pesa Airtel case, which was a merger, was a case in the digital market. And through the authorities' intervention, we were able to open up that space, and which has also brought about immense benefits in terms of financial inclusion in the markets. So going forward, of course, there is that need to better or scrutinize merger transactions so that we tame issues around killer acquisitions, and we make sure that we have these markets as competitive as they can be. And finally, an effective capacity building. This one I've mentioned. And we cannot understate the importance of building capacity, because without that capacity, we'll have good regulations on paper, but without the capacity to enforce even those laws. And without the capacity to enforce the laws, then it means, of course, we cannot regulate the market as we wish to. So there's that need to build capacity jointly at the regional level, and even when it comes to staffing of our national competition authorities. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Gideon, for that presentation and very valid issues that are happening in our marketplace today. Recently, I think it was Google that had a call for academicians and I think development partners to partner in terms of using AI, agentic AI, in training issues around health, adaptation, and I think climate action, right? So we've continually been talking about African trained AI in our languages, in our context, in all this, but multinational corporations from US, from wherever, see that they do not have opportunity to maybe develop their products while they are far. So come into African context, use our data, use our practitioners, use our academia, our researchers to collect this data, train it here, and build the infrastructure here, right? So what stops these particular multinational corporations from having huge market power and then gatekeep that which they have built, right? But also issues around killer acquisition that we are going to talk about further, but also issues around collusion that may come from this. Are we ready as competition authorities to face these kind of issues? What plans do we have underway? One of his proposals was phased regulation. I think it was yesterday when one of the sessions was talking about the regulations comes after multinational corporations or firms have already gone ahead. So they've already established themselves and built power around themselves, and then regulation comes after, right? So, so these are issues we really need to understand. How do we build capacity to see ahead many years before, right? And then be able to build this capability to train our AI and to really build the regulation that can take care of those particular circumstances. So alongside the two presentations on the protocol and AI issues and market power, we have the next presenter who will be talking about regulating digital economies using competition law. So we hear from a legal expert's perspective. So Dr. Caroline Mwaura, you can take over the podium here, is a lecturer at Kenyatta University with research interest in intellectual property law, but also competition law. So she has done a study, and she's going to be letting us know a little bit more about this study, which looks at Kenya's competition law and regulatory tools for the country's digital economy. But also, this particular study aims to show the applicability of the law in the context and also makes recommendations in application in the face of rapidly evolving technological environment. So it will be very important that Caroline, to help us see what legal issues in the digital economies, what are the legal issues in the digital economy, and how can this be dealt with using competition law, and which ones are already covered, which ones are not covered, but also what recommendations is she going to make to help us address this particular gap. Over to you, Dr. Caroline. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As indicated, I am Dr. Caroline Maura, and my presentation is on regulating the digital economy in Kenya using competition law with a focus on abuse of dominance. The topics that I will address in the course of this presentation will begin with an introduction in general, and then I'll look at the digital economy generally also. I will consider the benefits of competition in a market. Thereafter, I will consider the legal response in Kenya to abuse of dominance. Then I will move to digital platforms market power. Thereafter, a conclusion and recommendations. To begin with, this study, and this is to go over it again, looks at Kenya's competition law as a regulatory tool for the country's digital economy with a view to making proposals that can support growth in Kenya's digital economy whilst fostering competition and consumer welfare. Turning to the digital economy now, and we've heard from the previous presenter about the same. This is defined as consisting of economic activities that arise from connecting individuals, businesses, devices, data, and operations through digital technology. Examples of these activities are well known, and they are e-commerce transactions and online banking. What advantages does this economy provide? As we, being users, know, there are faster transactions and also increased opportunities for business growth. In terms of the drawbacks that may come from these advantages, you have cybersecurity concerns and potential loss of employment. In general, and as defined, and to begin with an introduction, a general definition of competition in order to bring us to why this is important, it refers to rivalry among businesses that sell products. And what should this do for consumers? It should produce efficiency, innovation, and customer focus, ideally. Therefore, at the end of the day, the expectation is that a competitive market should enable consumers to buy more and better products at lower prices. If we pause here and consider then what competition policy is intended to do, it is intended to enable access to markets by producers and growth of producers in markets. So having considered the benefits to consumers and producers, we find that there should be, ideally, an overall benefit to an economy. Let's now turn to one of the issues that could come up when you deal with situations where there are digital platforms of the magnitude that has been addressed in the conversations that have taken place this morning and even from the presenters who have spoken before me. So we look at abuse of dominance and specifically the legal response to the same. Here, I begin by noting that protection of the health, safety, and economic interests of consumers under Article 46(1)(c) of Kenya's Constitution 2010 can be enhanced by competition in markets for goods and services in Kenya. The provisions of the Competition Act, and that's Chapter 504 of the Laws of Kenya, are intended to actualize this. The preamble to the Act states that among the Act's objectives is protection of consumers from unfair and misleading market conduct. Specifically, Section 25 of the Act prohibits abuse of a dominant position. One may then ask, what is a dominant position? The Act defines it to be one that is defined based on market power. And therefore, we then consider the definition given under the Act in relation to market power. So market power is defined by the Act to mean a firm's power to control prices, to exclude competition, or to behave to a significant extent independently of its competitors, customers, or suppliers. It is also defined by the Act as a lack of numerous independently acting sellers and buyers in a market. One can see how this could turn out to be problematic. The Act also provides for a threshold of 40% control of market share as an indication of dominance unless the business can show that it does not have market power. However, even less than 40% market share can fulfill the dominance requirement by a business under the Act if it has market power. If we turn to digital platforms' market power and look at this element in relation to them, we find that if we consider market power generally, it can be evaluated using criteria such as access to data and control of data that can confer market power. This issue has come up in the presentations that have been there this morning and is particularly relevant to digital platforms given the amount of data that they are known to collect. A study conducted by the Competition Authority in Kenya in 2024 found that although online food and grocery delivery platforms did not have market power over retailers in the Kenyan market, there was potential for coordinated conduct among the relatively small number of platforms operating in the market. I pause here to say that my study is therefore intended to look at potential for the competition law in Kenya to deal with this upcoming issue, given that this is an expanding segment of service delivery to consumers. If you think about digital platforms today, their relevance to our market is such that we would then perhaps look at what laws do we have at the moment that can address some of these issues. Thus, my study pointing to the Competition Act as a potential solution to some of these issues. Turning to the global digital markets, we note that these have become increasingly concentrated, and this has resulted in a small number of firms controlling an expanding share of global market activity. This is well known among the big tech firms and the amount of power that they wield in terms of market share. Although we'll be seeing that, in fact, in digital markets, determining market share can be problematic, which is where the Competition Amendment Bill of 2026 seeks to address that issue by a point that I'll mention as we go along. But at this point, I'd also like to point out that the emergence of generative AI is likely to accelerate dominance by the firms. The current growth of artificial intelligence, especially towards the direction of giving consumers the capacity to create content, is a really powerful advantage that many businesses are considering. And this means, and considering taking up, that is. And what this means is that there's potential for these already powerful firms to become, and thus globally, to become more powerful. So there is a need again to regulate them. Although we have heard in the previous presentation that it's going to be challenging to do that because of jurisdictional issues. However, the aspect of regulation is inescapable at this point in order for the benefits that are derived from a competitive market to be achieved. The Competition Amendment Bill 2026, which I referred to earlier, seeks to prohibit abuse of superior bargaining position. This is the point I was coming to, and thus introduce a new prohibited practice to Kenya's competition law landscape. In doing so, the bill seeks to control abuse of a dominant market position by digital platforms that wield relative market power over their competitors without having to prove dominance by digital market platforms. So this is the issue that I was referring to earlier, that proving dominance by the platforms can be hindered by difficulty in defining the relative markets in which they operate and difficulty in assessing their lasting market power. This then brings up difficulty for a regulator to deal with controlling of such market power. However, Section 56 of the Competition Act, and that's Kenya's Act, can be applied in protecting consumer welfare in the context of products that can be bought from digital platforms. This section provides that engaging in unconscionable conduct in connection with the supply or possible supply of goods or services is an offense. Unconscionable conduct in the Act refers to acts that are so greatly unfair or unjust as to certainly call upon the law to regulate them. So under this sort of conduct, you could find some recourse in our Competition Act because it's necessary for the control of the market power to be undertaken because it could lead to such conduct in the form of, for example, false or misleading information given to consumers. I now get to my conclusion where I say in the study that consumer welfare protection is possible using Section 56 of the Act. The potential amendment of the Competition Act through the Competition Amendment Bill 2026 may provide leeway for further regulation of digital platforms in Kenya through competition law. What are my recommendations? Firstly, the enforcement of relevant laws, including and primarily here focusing upon the Competition Act and continued application of Section 56. Then, I note also in my study that continuous monitoring of the online food and grocery market by the Competition Authority of Kenya for anti-competitive conduct has been recommended by a previous study by the Competition Authority of Kenya. This study recommends regular monitoring of platforms in various sectors of Kenya's economy for anti-competitive conduct by the CAK. This may, in addition to unearthing anti-competitive conduct, deter platforms from engaging in the conduct. Further, scheduled cooperation programs by regulatory agencies such as the Competition Authority of Kenya and the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner may bolster a previous study's proposal for the CAK to collaborate with relevant regulators for more effective deterrence of anti-competitive activities by digital platforms in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Well articulating the Kenyan law and how it speaks to issues of abuse of dominance, but also market power issues, and reprieve for consumer protection. I think from here we will go direct to South Africa because it's exactly the same topic that we are speaking to, issues of challenges in assessing market power in digital markets. And I will call Kuliso. Kuliso, right? It's okay. You can speak to it from seated or standing, whichever is good
I prefer
with you.
the pulpit.
He prefers to be a preacher on the pulpit. So Kuliso is going to speak to issues. So Kuliso is a junior analyst with the Competition Commission of South Africa and assist in managing and conducting investigations regarding possible contraventions of the Competition Act, which includes inter alia economic and legal analysis of cases. So his study also speaks to the same issue, and he proposes assessment of dominance in digital markets, which may need to focus less on shares and more on other factors, such as control of ownership. So he is going to demonstrate the challenges, right? But also make recommendations for competition authority as regards to the role of data in establishing and entrenching market power in digital and other markets. Thank you so much, Kuliso, and we say karibu.
Oh, okay. Hi, guys. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Kuliso, as it has already been alluded, and I must say it's quite an honor to be invited to such a prestige ceremony, and I'm very humbled to stand in front of the audience and share my thoughts and ideas with you. My topic is premised on the challenges in the assessment of market power in digital markets. In recent years, regulators have been concerned about the large digital platforms and their growing influence within and beyond their respective markets. This paper aims to explore the challenges that are faced by competition authorities in the assessment of market power in digital markets. It has been suggested that the assessment of dominant in digital market may need to focus less on market shares and more on other factors such as the control and ownership of key input of data, barriers to entry, the degree of innovation, and also the strength of the network effects. Dominance is assessed in South Africa by Section 7 of the Competition Act. That says that a firm will be dominant if it has more than 45% of the market shares. Less than 45, but more than 35, unless it can show that it has market power. And lastly, you will have dominance if you have less than 35, but you have market power. Market power is defined by our act as the ability of the firm to control prices and to act to an appreciable extent independently from the competitors, the consumers, or the suppliers. Moreover, issues of barriers to entries have also been used to assess market power, because it also entrenches monopolies. Before I start with the challenges, I wish to just critically discuss the developments and new concept of market power that speaks directly to why we face the challenges that we face. The nature of the fast-moving digital market has an impact on the method that we use to assess dominant. Antitrust analysis should consider characteristics such as network effects, economies of scale, multi-homing, control of ownership of inputs such as data, barriers to entry, the degree of innovation, amongst others. I just want to briefly explain what this concept means. Network effects is a phenomenon whereby the higher the number of users or participants uses a good or services, the higher the value of that service. A typical example is Facebook. The more Facebook has users, the more advertisers will be induced to use Facebook. But then if Facebook doesn't have users, also advertisers will not be induced to use Facebook. In turn, network effects can give a rise to complex and pricing dynamics, including providing free services to one group, to one or more group. Network effect has been assessed as a contributor to market power because it creates barriers to entry that limit new entrants in the market. Another issue is data, which is identified by authorities as an input and a contributor to market power. Access to data is very, very important and crucial because it confers market power. And this feature is further reinforced by network effects. Furthermore, the Australian, Canadian, European Commission, UK and US competition have all indicated in cases that accumulation of data by an incumbent represent a significant barrier to entry. Another aspect is the two-sidedness and the zero pricing. Many digital services are often offered via linking two or more platforms together. One critical of two-sidedness is that a supplier can offer digital product in a consumer for free while generating income on the other side. Another issue is the single homing and the multi-homing, which refers to the same type of products which refers to the same consumer using the same type of product for more than one suppliers. In digital market, multi-homing generally entails that one user may have access to different software or application from competing providers. And also, we also have economies of scale and sunk cost. The Australian Competition Commission has found that once a digital platform reaches a certain size, it can be very, very difficult for smaller platforms to enter the market and challenge them due to things like sunk cost and extreme economies of scale. Now I proceed to talk about the challenges because these challenges are premised from the new developments and the concept that arose as a result of the rapid increase of digital market. Authorities must adapt their assessment of market power to digital market and consider the role that market power faces when we consider this new concept. Market power has never been a complete market shares has never been a complete proof of market power, and it may be more limited now in digital markets. They fail to capture the potential for tipping, they fail to capture the potential for rapid tipping of market into monopoly, which is accelerated by network effects. When digital markets are multi-sided, especially when they feature products provided at a zero price, no single market share can adequately capture the realities of the market. In zero-priced markets, it does not always make sense to calculate market shares. The overall issue with data for dominance evaluation is how data is utilized and its uncertain value. And this challenges the price-based tools in the assessment of dominance. Data in its own does not have value. What has value is what you are going to use the data for. So it becomes difficult now when we now use data to just assess the dominance. Holding or collecting data set is not enough in the long run because it becomes outdated. So there's always a need to continue there's always a need for a continuous accumulation of data. The multi-sidedness is also a particular challenge because picking one side of the market to measure will give an incomplete picture, because especially when one side consumption is cross-subsidized by another, such as advertisement is the example that I made with Facebook. Digital markets are also characterized by their fast-moving, innovating, and disrupting nature, causing a high fluctuation of market shares. This is because today there will be a new app, next year there's a new one. So there's always constant innovation, and the extent or the duration of your market power is always very limited because there's always going to be a new entrant in the market, which will to some extent reduce the period in which you are going to have market power in the digital market. Since a dominant market position may not be held over time, a digital champion will not even recognize to be dominant if it cannot maintain its dominant power in the market. Now, I also just proposed a few solutions and recommendations that I feel can assist to mitigate the challenges that we face. Given the concern about durability of market power in digital market, some authority consider not just the level of the firm's market power, but also its stability over time. There is a need to consider several metrics, and like the need to consider several metrics should also be recognized beyond observations of about the level of market shares. A range of concepts have also been introduced to capture the particular forms or alternative concept to market power, which is things like gatekeepers, bottleneck, platform power, intermediation power, and strategic market status, among other new developed concepts. A report from the Policy Department of the European Parliament suggested an adoption of a more forward-looking attitude by taking potential competition into account. Authorities must seek help from external specialists to get a more comprehensive understanding of the business models and future tendencies. This is because we, like my brother mentioned in his presentation, we are not fully aware of how the digital markets work. And sometimes we might need an expert to come and explain to us as to how the value chain work. And lastly, on my recommendation, I think it's very, very important to strengthen cooperation within the competition authorities, because the rise of digital market is a shared concern. So if we just come together and collaborate, we are better to come up with a solution. In my language, we say which means that you will not be able to do everything on your own. At least if you are a team, you have more prospects of yielding better success. In conclusion, A shared thread faced by competition authorities in developing countries is that of the appropriateness of the current competition legislation and regulation to address the challenges caused by the digital economy. The traditional tools which have been successfully applied to prevent elevated levels of concentration and the establishment of monopolies within the traditional economy have become under great scrutiny given the potential difference in the dynamics of the digital market. These tools appear to have fallen in some aspect given their high concentration level, leading to calls for different approaches when regulating certain elements of competition in the digital economy. A combination of rapidly evolving consumer trend, strong network effects, and large cost for digital platforms mean that traditional metrics such as market shares may not provide a full picture. Lastly, I'm proud to announce that many competition authorities around the world are adopting their tools to adequately deal with the challenges that are brought by digital markets. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Kuliso, for that presentation, speaking to market power dominance and the challenges in assessing that market power for the digital markets. I like the idea that we really need to collaborate more, but I also think as Africans we need to reach out more broadly, because there are parts of the world that are really, really well advanced in terms of issues, digital markets, but also how they handle those particular challenges presented by, dominance and market power dynamics. So thank you so much. I'll present the next speaker. These names seem a little bit very difficult. They tried to train me how to use that click sound, but I think I am going to avoid those names which are using the click sound and stay safe, right? I present to you Chief, you see he's actually dressed like Chief Sikozana, right? Who's going to be speaking to how to close the gap in transaction value triggers. So Chief Sikozana, right, is an analyst and in Merger and Acquisition Division of the Competition Commission of South Africa. He holds a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Fort Hare and is admitted to the to Attorney of the High Court in South Africa. This name I will avoid. So Sikozana has further strengthened his expertise in competition economics through a certificate in economics and merger acquisition. So he's worked for over 8 years building expertise across cross-border merger control, prohibited practices, advisory, regulatory advocacy, and legal risk management, and multi-jurisdictional legal analysis. So he's put forward a paper which really speaks to the continued acquisition by, can I say, he calls them, there is a name he uses to call them, like high-end, big techs, acquisition of nascent startups in Africa, which is really a very, very big issue. And so he is proposing how can we address that dominance gap in merger control, but also where traditional turnover thresholds often fail to capture the value. So it will be great to hear from him how these high-value killer acquisitions escape scrutiny, but also the regulatory blind spots that exist, but also where emerging regulatory toolkits can be used to bridge this particular gap, and also make recommendations to competition authorities and on what are possible policies to adopt. Thank you so much, Chief Sikozana. Karibu sana. Asante. So you say asante.
Hello. Okay, am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. In the past couple of days, I have learned to say mchana mwema kwenu nyote. It is a privilege, thank you very much. It is a privilege to address all of you at this landmark conference. Before I begin, I wish to note that the views that will be expressed in this discussion are my views, and they do not express the views of my employer, the Competition Commission of South Africa. So in my paper, I delve into COMESA 3.0, which is a strategic framework designed to bridge the dominance gap that allows high-value digital acquisitions to bypass our current competition laws across Africa. This paper evaluates how we can use emerging regulatory toolkits to protect African innovation from killer acquisitions that seek to neutralize disruptive startups before they can grow or bloom. I would like to draw everyone's attention to the analogy or the picture that is depicted in the slide. So it refers to the Silicon Savannah analogy. So Nairobi is widely recognized as the Silicon Savannah, a global business hub and a vital entry point for the East African digital economy. This city is unique for hosting the Nairobi National Park, where we see at first hand the delicate balance required for young wildlife to survive alongside dominant predators. So similarly, our digital seedlings, which are thriving fintech and agri-tech startups, prioritize user acquisition and data over immediate revenue. Under traditional turnover-based competition rules, these startups are often invisible to competition regulators, allowing dominant firms to snuff out nascent rivals in a regulatory blind spot. Amongst many recommendations, the paper recommends the implementation of transaction value triggers across various African jurisdictions, including South Africa, because these transaction value triggers act as a new tracking system for these high-value, zero-revenue targets. Moving on to the roadmap. The expansion of the digital economy has exposed a critical dominance gap where traditional financial triggers fail to capture innovation foreclosure. The paper navigates through COMESA 3.0, in particular, the transition of COMESA 3.0. It also examines South Africa's use of public interest considerations. It also looks at Kenya's modernized market definitions. It doesn't stop there. The paper also addresses the institutional vulnerabilities in Uganda, and it also draws cautionary lessons from the European Union's experience with Article 22 and the Digital Markets Act. Now, moving on to the learnings from COMESA. Now, the paper walks the reader through COMESA 3.0, the 3.0 overhaul, which became effective in December 2025, which marked a leap into a fully mandatory and suspensory regime. This shift was catalyzed by the COMESA Competition Commission's inability to review the massive Microsoft Activision transaction because the target lacked local revenue. We previously saw that the COMESA Competition Commission used its discretionary powers in the Uber Karim case to protect data contestability and unique algorithms. The paper also walks the reader through the new 250 million transaction value threshold, which is specifically designed to capture these high impact technology mergers. Now, moving on to learnings that can be drawn from South Africa. The paper highlights that South Africa was brave in incorporating public interest considerations into its competition framework. It also highlights that South Africa was a pioneer in using public interest considerations to address historical market failures and to also ensure that there is economic transformation. Now, I also highlight the landmark Naspers and We Buy Cars transaction. Here, the paper assesses how the South African Competition Tribunal blocked this transaction. And it was blocked to prevent the removal of a maverick future competitor and the consolidation of unmatchable data. The paper also reflects on how the South African Competition Commission has used behavioral remedies such as data silos in the Google Fitbit transaction to ensure data isn't used to foreclose rivals. It also reflects on the use of non-economic mandates. And these non-economic mandates allow us to protect SMEs and to also empower historically disadvantaged persons, even when traditional competition harm is often difficult to prove from a South African context. Now, moving on to Kenya, the paper highlights that the Competition Authority of Kenya serves as a model for modernizing assessment tools in multi-sided digital platforms. I do acknowledge that the traditional SNP test is ineffective for nominally free services where the currency is user data. The paper also reflects on the Airtel and Telkom transaction, which reminds us that jurisdictional tension persists when national and regional outcomes conflict. Moving on to Uganda, the paper reflects that Uganda currently faces a regulatory vacuum where its digital ecosystem is vulnerable to serial consolidation. Now, I also do an assessment of the 2020-24 Uganda Competition Act, which is a good start, but I also highlight that its enforcement sits within a political ministry, risking undue delays and a lack of independence. I also highlight or draw lessons from the Easy Money and MTN case, which highlights that without autonomous, expert-led agencies, regulators can struggle to scrutinize global digital incumbents. The paper also constructively recommends that Uganda must evolve its technical committee into a standalone authority to protect its local agri-tech and fintech startups. Now, there are learnings that are drawn from the European Commission. The European Commission provides a cautionary
there's a lot of the open data, open banking, open finance proposals, including in Kenya. And I was wondering to what extent you see a role for enforcement by the Competition Authority of Kenya in cooperation with potentially the Central Bank of Kenya in order to introduce those kinds of open banking, open finance interventions in order to address that data ownership market power question. Thank you.
My question goes to Dr. Caroline. I'm just wondering, with the constant innovations, new technologies, is it really possible to regulate the digital markets and AI generally?
Right. And the last questions.
My name is Tekla Mosaru from Competition Authority of Kenya. I would like first to thank the panelists for that wonderful presentations. My question goes to Chief about Google and Fitbit transaction. What are the challenges that you faced when you were investigating or when you are assessing that transactions, being an African country and also dealing with undertakings outside the continent? Thank you.
So that's a question for you, Chief. You have a new name as you leave Kenya. So I will allow the gentleman and the lady to respond to that set of questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for the question on the consumer protection protocol and what we are proposing. First is, if you look at competition and consumer protection, they are totally different disciplines. Competition policy looks at that horizontal relationship between businesses and how they are competing with one another. So then if you look at the competition policy protocol, basically looks at how businesses will compete with one another in the market. So consumer protection policy looks at the vertical relationship, the relationship between businesses and consumers. So if you, the assumption normally is that if businesses are competing with one another, then consumer welfare ideally will be enhanced, although that's not normally the case. A consumer protection policy would work towards enhancing the welfare of consumers, really bringing in a lot of not just awareness, but providing them with the tools to exert pressure on these businesses to take care of their welfare. And that's where a protocol on consumer protection policy is needed. If you look at the other protocols, trade in goods, trade in services, and even the digital, even the dispute resolution protocol, do not really specifically speak to consumer welfare in a sense. And that's why there's need for a protocol on consumer protection policy to address those specific things that have discussed. If you look at also the, in terms of the growth of business, not just in Africa, but across the world, e-commerce, we are heading towards markets where a lot of products will be traded through e-commerce. So then what mechanisms are there to enhance the welfare of consumers? Look at the issues in the market, especially in e-commerce, issues of scams, fraud. So that's why I pointed out to a need to consumer welfare. However, we can have this discussion much later, just to get to explain deeper into it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To the question on data sharing, and sorry, sir, I didn't catch your name. Thank you, Brian. In Kenya, that's Brio, eh? Ryan. Okay, sorry for that. Okay, Ryan, that's a good question. And I totally agree with you that data plays a very key role, especially in the financial sector or financial services sector, the digital financial services sector. And if you look at data from the point of regulation, for example, what we are doing at CAK or what we are advocating for is actually a competing interest from what other regulators are doing. If you take, for example, the data protection or the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. But you will also agree with me that there are players in this country or market participants that have accumulated data over a long period of time. If you can take the case of Safaricom. In this room, I know there are people who have they've been customers or users of Safaricom's technology for the entire life up to this point. And with that advantage, that collection of data over several years, that gives, for example, Safaricom an unparalleled advantage in terms of getting to access your behavior, first of all, as a consumer. Because if I can collect data of your daily transactions, for example, if you borrow from Safaricom because they also lend to their customers, you transact using Safaricom's platforms, for example, you're paying merchants using pay bill or till number. So this is a player that has a all-round data set of your behavior. Then now the question becomes, how do we utilize data, especially from the context of AI in this market? And one of the key use of data in this market is the credit scoring, or credit rating, credit risk rating, and also the issue of fraud detection. So that kind of data, you'll find a player who is in a better position to review your credit risk, and based on the outcome of that assessment, they are now able to, extend credit to, depending on the amount of risk that you expose. The other players are the financial institutions, the banks that we also use. They also collect huge amounts of data for transactions. And how now do we marry the two? And there's a question of data portability and then data operability, interoperability. So in terms of data portability, if today I want to migrate from Safaricom to another player, for example, will I be allowed to transfer the data that this participant or market players accumulated over time to another player that I intend to utilize their services? And the answer for now, I think, is no. And that also, the same applies to the banking institutions. So that means the moment you leave or you exit consumption of their services, you're not allowed to transition to the next player or competitor with the data or your own data that has been accumulated by these market player. So if we can intervene, of course, there are challenges, reactions from the players themselves because they want to gain that competitive advantage. But of course, as regulators, we must push and advocate for that portability so that we allow our users to transfer their data from one competitor to the other. And in terms of interoperability, can we have, for example, solutions that allow competitors to interact? So that if I am a bank, for example, there should be a mechanism where I should be able to access a customer's data that is held by a competing firm. So, of course, with the reactions and the resistance, which is common in these markets, I think eventually, in the long run, we must advocate and ensure that we allow that data transfer or portability and data interoperability. Thank you.
Yes, on to the question regarding whether it's possible to regulate digital markets and AI in general. My answer to that is yes, it is possible. I take that view. And it's a question of to what extent, though, because of the nature of the rapidly evolving nature of digital markets, first of all, because, again, of the innovation that has driven them over the last even 5 years or so. So it calls for the law to be really responsive as to what measures would be applicable in regulating these markets. For example, if you consider the competition bill 2024 and the competition amendment bill 2024 in Kenya and the competition amendment bill of 2026, they are intended to respond to digital markets, and I would say they have done so quite effectively. It's a question of time telling how effective, again, to what extent is regulation possible. And then if you consider also some of the action that has been taken, especially by the EU Competition Commission in terms of the penalties that have been imposed on some of the big tech players, I think some of those fines have the potential to make even digital platforms think twice about whether or not they want to engage in anti-competitive conduct, which is to again say, I think it is possible. To what extent, time will tell. Does that answer the question? Okay.
Thank you for that question. Just to highlight from a South African perspective, so it is mandatory to notify an intermediate or large merger. But however, there are exceptions where the South African Competition Authority can use its call-in powers in respect of specific transactions to invite the parties to submit a merger filing. So in respect of the Google Fitbit transaction, so one of the challenges that was faced in this specific transaction was a jurisdictional notification hurdle. Because Fitbit generated low local revenue, and despite its high strategic value, the merger did not meet the standard turnover-based notification threshold from a South African perspective. So the South African Competition Commission had to specifically insist on the notification of that specific transaction. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much to the 5 panelists having cases presented, proposals made, and legal aspects also highlighted. Wasn't it a beautiful session? I didn't see anybody sleeping, so I think was a good morning. So we are 1 hour 45 minutes into time. I will beg that we close here. But I don't see anyone really wanting to ask a question. So thank you so much for Diallo. Right? I think he is the only West African in the room, so I will allow him to ask his question, the last question, right?
Maybe I should also do it in French, right? It's not a question, maybe just some clarification on the issues of the consumer protection protocol. The reason why we don't have those in the other protocols is that they have specific objectives that they are more trade related, and even if you take the dispute settlement, it's also disputes between state parties. It doesn't involve private sectors or consumers. Now, when we were negotiating the protocol on competition, some members wanted to include consumer protection. But we had this issue of the mandate Because to negotiate something, you need a mandate, a negotiating mandate. And in the agreement, what was listed among the phase 2 issues were only competition, IP, digital trade and investment, and women and youth in trade. Those two came later. So for us at the FCFTA to open negotiations, we will need a mandate from the Assembly so that, of course, it can be separate or it can be also part of the competition framework. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Thank you for that clarification. I think then it gives you way forward in terms of making your proposal and what you want to do with the paper that you already wrote, right? Because then I want to believe that each of us then goes forward to at least publish the paper or disseminate that work that you've spent time researching over time. Because then we need to make a voice in terms of the issues that we see, either as practitioners or as scholars. Thank you so much, and wish the very best to everybody. I enjoyed the session, and I thank the Competition Authority of Kenya for the opportunity to lead this particular panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari, for leading us through the session. You can join the team for a brief photo. Thank you. We can appreciate them as they exit their stage. Our time is well spent, so I'd like to invite us for lunch at Lelai restaurant. It's right opposite this room. So you'll go up the stairs and then down the stairs. You're going to sit on the opposite side. So we'll take 1 hour for lunch and then reconvene right here for the afternoon session. We have much more exciting things for you in the afternoon, so please do not miss the session. So welcome back. See you at 2. No. What time is it? I can see you guys are alert, eh?
Other positive developments that we haven't had a chance to reflect on, if you'd like to share with us on those. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again. How was your lunch? Right, I've had good. Another one? Yes? Delicious, yes. Another one?
Scrumptious.
Yes, sumptuous. Yes, very nice. Another on this side? Unless you didn't take lunch, you should have something to say. Right, let's go straight to the fireside. Over the years, you must be, and I must say, with other stakeholders, be one of the people who have helped us to achieve some of the things that we are going to talk about. Let me start by saying we are here because we are standing on the shoulders of others who came before us. And as we talk about CAK at 15, allow me to recognize the people began CAK at infancy until where we are when we are talking about CAK at 15. Allow me also to recognize and appreciate the role that the government of Kenya has done over the years. Our peers mentioned yesterday that the government of Kenya has put in over the years 8 billion Kenya shillings to actually establish and have CAK running. And I'm happy that we have the director, JZ, today, this afternoon, representing our peers. He's an alternate director to our peers, Dr. Chris Kiptoo. Thank you so much, Director, for joining us these 2 days. He was there yesterday, and again, he is here today. And when you go back to your offices, Director, we are grateful with the support that we are getting from the government of Kenya. We want to say also we are very grateful with all the stakeholders that I have not mentioned that have played a role in one way or the other that has actually contributed to CAK at 15. Now, let me go back again to the successes. Don't be bored if I repeat what I said in the morning, but because it will just be an emphasis of what we have achieved. And I will just try to actually be brief so that in the interest of time. The first one is that I'm going to talk about successes, and I want to mirror what we do in terms of executing our mandate. So you'll find that I'll mention what we have achieved in the research and policy department, what we have achieved in our enforcement and compliance department, what we have achieved in consumer protection, what we have achieved in mergers, mergers and control, also with the firepower as such. I want to say that this has been enabled, first of all, because of a series of amendments that we have undertaken since the inception of CAK. We have had about 3 amendments before, and we have the 4th one now going through the parliament, again, in our efforts to make our act very robust to enable us execute our mandate. Firepower, for instance, was a product of amendments that we undertook so that we can speak to the regulation of large businesses versus small businesses. So those are some of the things that we like to recognize before we go into the positive impacts that our interventions has yielded to the people of Kenya and to our economy at large. The first one, through regulatory interventions in the telecommunications sector, USSD charges were reduced from Kenya shillings to 1 shilling. That is a reduction of 90%. So that when you send bulk SMS or you use SSD, the intervention reduced those charges by 90%. If you were to compute, you'd actually know that we have saved huge. We actually, consumers, achieved or benefited from huge reduction of from 10 shillings to 1 shilling. That is the telecommunications sector. That actually significantly lowered transaction costs and enhancing access to digital financial services. The other one is that in our enforcement activities as well, in the cement industry sector, it resulted in 30% reduction in cement prices, generating consumer savings estimated at Kenya shillings $4.6 billion. This intervention, as revealed by the impact assessment, contributed to improved affordability and enhanced efficiency in the construction industry. If you see the priority that the current government puts in affordable housing, if we had not intervened at that point, the issue of affordable housing would have been a pipe dream. But because of our intervention, the government can now pursue the policy of affordable housing. In the financial sector, very quickly, measures aimed at promoting competition among mobile agents opened up the market and led to more than 250% growth. I mentioned that earlier, but I wanted to show the impact in terms of percentage for the growth from 2015 to February 2026. The other one is the enforcement in power provisions of the Act, which is a product of an amendment, as I earlier said. The authority's intervention facilitated recoveries owed to micro and small enterprises, resulting in payments exceeding 3.5 billion Kenya shillings. These recoveries, ladies and gentlemen, strengthened the liquidity and sustainability of small businesses, thereby supporting entrepreneurship, employment creation, and inclusive growth. I must say that we still have challenges to do with the mainstream government and the county government in terms of delayed payments to suppliers and the rest. I think it is high time we need all of us come together and find a solution to the central and county governments. But for businesses, CAK can intervene and ensure that the issues of delayed payments can be as much as possible reduced. The other one is that in our merger review decisions, the authority has also facilitated the opening up of markets for SMEs by imposing remedies and conditions that preserve competition and ensure smaller enterprises have access to distribution channels and business opportunities. These interventions have contributed to more inclusive and competitive marketplace. For instance, in the financial services sector, the authority championed the interoperability of mobile money wallets, enabling seamless transactions across different platforms. This has also enhanced convenience for consumers, increased competition among service providers, and promoted greater financial inclusion. Before CAK intervened, Safaricom would just allow payment or transfer of money through its M-Pesa platform without being transparent as to how much it is costing you when you undertake at a certain transaction. But with CAK intervention, you are able even to see how much you are going to pay when you use that platform, even before you start using it. Before, there was no such transparency until CAK intervened for that to happen. I've mentioned interventions in agriculture. I'm going to skip that in the interest of time. So I think you can go to the next aspect of the challenges.
Yes.
So that also it has not been a bed of roses.
Yes.
We have also encountered some challenges. And it is good also, I go through that, Professor Rina, to paint a complete picture of CAK. The first one is the growing complexity of markets and emergence of digital platforms. This one is not a challenge not only to CAK, it is a challenge to all competition agencies worldwide. And we are confronting this in the different jurisdictions. It's not only Kenya that is facing this. Diallo, who is leading the front for the African continent, will tell you, even as a continent, this is the animal that all of us are grappling with. Even if you go to Europe, even with the advancement that they've made in America, it is still the challenge for all of us. Even in South Africa, which has done a lot of market inquiries on the same, that is the challenge that all of us are facing. To address this challenge, the authority is investing in building technical capacity in digital markets and data analytics, while also strengthening collaboration with international competition agencies and experts to facilitate knowledge and exchange of adoption of global best practices. At this point, Professor, allow me to recognize some of the international competition agencies that have worked with us in our journey for the last 15 years. We have worked with the US Fair Trade Commission in the past. We have also worked with Korean competition agency. We have worked with the Japanese competition agency. I think even the Japanese were instrumental in the establishment of our power department. We have also worked very recently with a competition agency from Germany. We have also worked with other stakeholders that have really enabled CAK in its journey. Lately, the Canadian Bureau, the Bureau of Canada, is also coming on board when it comes to digital and issues to do with the capacity building for CAK. So allow me at this point to recognize those stakeholders and their contribution to CAK at 15. Another significant challenge highlighted during the peer review of the authority by OECD is actually the mismatch between the authority's expanding mandate and the financial and human resource available to execute it. I'm happy that the PS announced yesterday that our parent ministry is ready to resource the authority to be able to match or to be able to surmount this challenge. Another challenge to bear in mind is the rapid technological changes and the emergence of new businesses and disruptions in the markets. They present challenges as existing regulatory frameworks may not adequately address novel competition concerns that arise because of these changes. In this regard, the ongoing process of amending our Competition Act represents an important step towards modernizing our legal framework and equipping the authority to address emerging competition issues more effectively. Something to mention also as a challenge is the existence of overlapping mandates with sector regulators and other public institutions that continues to pose challenges by creating potential for duplication of efforts and creating regulatory uncertainty for market participants. Our mandate is nationwide, but we still have sector regulators that have specific mandates within their sectors. We have a director for Competition Authority here who spoke yesterday about cooperation. That is a regulator that deals with the ICT sector, and yet ours, competition issues, also we need to look into in that sector. We have Central Bank, which is actually in charge of regulating the banking and financial sector. We have Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. We have Insurance Regulatory Authority and so forth, which we need to really work together, and that is poses a challenge, as I've mentioned there. Last but not the least is the increasing reliance on digital systems as heightened exposure to cybersecurity risks and the potential for operational disruptions arising from cyber threats and data breaches. To enhance reliance, to enhance the resilience actually of the authority is strengthening its information and communication technology infrastructure and implementing robust cyber security frameworks. We are making efforts directed towards establishing business continuity and disaster recovery mechanisms, while regular cyber security audits and staff awareness programs are being undertaken. We are doing that to promote a strong culture of information security and safeguarding integrity of the authorities' operations. In interaction, I think we can now move on where do we go from here. After we are at 15, we'll be celebrating 15 years in a couple of months. In August, I think that's the month that we'll be celebrating CAK and 15. Yes. After August 15, what happens?
I think, yes, we can definitely proceed, but I just want to first say thank you for taking us through this journey and reflecting on the achievements, which I think everyone here can agree have been quite significant, and also to quantify some of the benefits, which you've done so in this talk, and you can see that those benefits have been quite significant. You've also raised the challenges that you have faced along the way. So as you've said, now we need to think about where to from here. So we've reflected on the past and where to from here, and we hope we can get some insights on where the authority is headed. And I just want to pick on one of the things we raised yesterday, or that was raised yesterday, when you talked about more hard enforcement. So where is the authority going, looking forward in terms of its various plans and strategies, as well as on the enforcement side? Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much. I think going forward, first of all, we'll scale up what has worked for us in the past. We'll also try to be very innovative as we go forward because of the challenges that I've mentioned. And I think also we will still retain our philosophy, having a balanced approach to regulating our markets, so that as we really go for institutions and companies, that we encourage them to comply to the Competition Act, we also ensure that we send the right signals to anyone who is going to breach the Competition Act to know for sure that there are consequences if you breach the Competition Act. So we'll continue to balance between the need to encourage businesses to grow and the need to send the right signal to the market that there are consequences if you breach the competition law. So going forward, we'll be guided by our strategic plan, which we have a 3-year one that really aligns our strategic planning with that of the government. And then we also will borrow a lot from our medium-term plan for Kenya and Kenya Vision 2030, which is almost coming to the end. Those are the structural policy documents that will guide our going forward. So I'm going to mention some of the efforts and some of the initiatives that we will be taking going forward so that CAK continues to shine as the best competition regulator in the region. The first one, going forward, we will strengthen competition and consumer protection by enhancing enforcement against all forms of anti-competitive practices and unfair trade contracts to safeguard consumer welfare and promote efficient markets, which is why we exist. Number two, we will actually endeavor to regulate emerging and digital markets. This we intend to do by building capacity and developing frameworks to address competition issues arising from digital platforms, e-commerce, fintech, artificial intelligence, and data-driven markets. It will go beyond regulating because it will require resources so that even in our strategic plan, we have enhancing that regulation as a priority. Number two, we will have to resource the authority so that it has the ability to robustly regulate that digital market. It will also come out in the change in our structure that speaks to the influence of this emergence of these digital markets. Also, we will be promoting inclusive and competitive markets. And our aim will be to expand opportunities for medium and small scale enterprises and underserved enterprises through 1, advocacy, 2, merger remedies, 3, firepower enforcement, and sector interventions. The other one, going forward, we will put a lot of efforts and enhance research, innovation, and institutional capacity. We want to leverage on research, we want to leverage on data analytics, we want to leverage on digital transformation and knowledge management to support evidence-based decision-making and improve service delivery to our stakeholders. Also, going forward, our efforts will be put to strengthen partnerships and regional cooperation. This we have begun, we are on it, but we want to deepen collaboration with sector regulators to speak to the challenge that I mentioned before. County governments, regional competition authorities. For CAK, we have 2 immediate ones. The East African Competition Authority, where we have 8 partner states. Kenya is the chairmanship, as the chairmanship for that outfit for now. And then we are also members of COMESA, and we have also COMESA Competition and Consumer Commission, which we want to strengthen cooperation. And then we have the AFCFTA, as we have mentioned before. We are going to strengthen that collaboration, deepen it, so that we can together ensure that we create a culture where our businesses respect competition rules. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of this, to my contribution to this fireside chat.
Thank you very much, DG. Before I just thank the DG, I want to just see if there are any comments or pressing questions, particularly around the way forward. I mean, the DG has set out quite a comprehensive plan on the way forward, and maybe we can just take one input before we wrap it up. If there's any questions on that or comments. There's one from Ebru, yes?
Thank you. Someone assist us with another.
Thank you, Rena. Thank you very much, DG, for providing us with your talking about achievements of CAK, challenges you face, and going forward, your plans and strategies. I just wanted to pay tribute to our collaboration with CAK as UNCTAD, or UN Trade and Development, you know. Actually, UNCTAD was the first institution who conducted the peer review of Kenya back in 2005, after which the CAK, the laws were amended and CAK was established. When the peer review was conducted, it was still the Monopolies and Price Commission. So I just wanted us to remember this. And going forward, I want to mention that we are ready to continue collaborating with CAK and support CAK and also regionally the African competition authorities and regional authorities as UNCTAD. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bru. That is factual. What she has said is factual. The first peer review in 2004, going through to 2005, was carried out by UNCTAD, and they have supported us all through. And last year, Kenya proposed to the world that we should recognize December 5th as World Competition Day, and it is a process that we are pushing through UNCTAD, and we hope our efforts as Kenya to push that particular day, like the way we have World Consumer Day, we would like also to have a World Competition Day because of the biggest role that competition does in terms of impact, just the way I have just explained. Thank you very much. We welcome the support of UNCTAD, and we'll work together. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us, the story of the CAK. And once again, congratulations on the very impressive achievements. And we wish you all the best as you graduate from a teenager from 15 years and grow towards 30 years into the adult phase. We wish you all the best, and you can be assured that you have our continuous support. Thank you, everybody, for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Where's the photo man?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, DG, for that session. It is time for me to say goodbye. As an MC from yesterday and today, I've been taking you through the program. And I hope you enjoyed listening to my voice over and over again. I hope it wasn't monotonous. Was it? Oh, it was monotonous. Thank you. Allow me to invite my colleague, Rachel. Karibu. She's asking for a round of applause as she comes. So allow me to hand over to Rachel to take us through the remaining part of the program. Karibu, Rachel.
Thank you, Trufosa. She's done an amazing job, yeah? We can give her some, no, wait. We can do better than that. We can do, wait, instructions. You can give her 3 factorials. You know how that works? So we do 3, 2, 1, okay? So, yeah. It's a statistical clap. So we give her 3, we go 2, then we go 1. All right? So let's start. Thank you so much to FOSA for guiding us today, yesterday and today. We are grateful for that wonderful session. DG, Director, our guests who are here today. And Kenya, we say karibuni sana for this session. And thank you so much for the leading. We've enjoyed the session all through up until now. My name is Rachel Okuo. I have a very, very short session. Part of our culture as CAK is not only to grow our staff, to recognize them also for the efforts they put in. And you know, in HR, when a staff comes into the office, there's a time they have to exit, yeah? So today I'm standing here because we want to celebrate one of our staff who is retiring from service. He was among the pioneers who established the authority. So that's why I'm here, for you to help me recognize him, his efforts, and his contribution to the authority. So before I say his wonderful names, and before you meet him, I'd like to request the CAK staff to step out and follow Mr. Nyangena, Ninette, and the DJ.
Yesu waponye, na ubaguzi wote ni sawa kwako, umetuita Yesu tupone. Tumeuona Baba, mkono wako Bwana, kweli matendo yako Bwana ni makuu, na umetutoa mbali kweli, ukatushika mkono Mungu mahali uliona pekee. Sifa na utukufu ni zako milele.
pull up. Now let's, no, continue a bit. What is pull up? It means stop.
Come on, everybody.
No.
Feet happy. Let's go. Come on.
I meant continue.
Where my islanders? Can some of y'all run down here to the front real quick? I gotta know who's in the building. Where my islanders? I need y'all to run down here. Come on, let me see you.
What a DJ. What a DJ. Thank you so much. Before we sit, we can do a photo so that we don't call us back here again. So those who are blessed, upstairs, you say, horizontally, go back. Those who are, the tall ones can come in front. So, cameraman, please, very fast. Ninette. Thank you so much. Oh, awesome energy. Say Njoro. Say Njoro. Thank you so much. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. So, friends, I'm standing here to celebrate one of our staff called Mr. Joseph Goge Joroge. You know, Njoro has a rich journey with the public service. He joined public service in 1990, September 8th. How old were you then? Some were not born yet. By that time, he was serving the public service diligently. He began his work at the National Treasury, where he was employed as a driver, a role that he held up until he joined CAK. He has served cumulatively 11 years and 7 months at the authority. Looking at that, is around 4,322 days with us at the authority. That's why you clap for him. Let me tell you one thing about Njoroge. As a distinguished civil servant, we enjoyed working with him at the authority. He's a person of high integrity, diligent, with a defined career. It saw Njoroge drive the DG or the authority for 10 years. You don't just drive the CEO for the authority. If at all, you don't tick the boxes. That's what he was. Being a driver is quite demanding. You can agree with me. You are called upon at any one given time. Not even a day did he complain that he was being overworked or he was being stretched. He was there to serve the authority. His contribution really has left a lasting mark. His dedication has been an example to others at the authority. We've learned so much from him as a staff. And one thing is that they call him Mzee. Mzee in Kenya is somebody you look up to, somebody you can go to. And we had an office for him where we allowed him be the Mzee for staff to consult with him. And I'm telling you, they went. Those with marital problems went to Njoroge. Those who didn't have school fees went to Njoroge. Those who had work issues went to who? Njoroge. That's how precious he was to all of us. He was domiciled at the HR department until his today, which marks his last day at the authority. This for Joseph. As you turn the page today, this is a well-deserved chapter, and we don't take it for granted. Many of us don't live to see our 60th birthday, but it's God's grace, I must say that. We thank you for the miles you ran. We thank you for the contribution you made, and we thank you for the service you gave the authority. We appreciate you for that. Njoroge, may this season of retirement bring you good health, joy, fulfillment, and God's abundant blessing. Living here today, you'll have a new office, your family. You'll have a new boss, your wife. My advice to you, listen to her. You'll enjoy your retirement. You know, they say in retirement, wives are kings, right? Husbands are. Did I say? No. So colleagues, join me today in thanking Joseph for his service, for the authority, for the illustrious career of dedicated service to the authority, for being in every sense of the word, a true public servant. Asante sana Njoro, we celebrate you. So before the next session, it's also nice to hear from him, right? For a word or two, he can share his experience briefly and what he's leaving behind. Njoroge.
Habari zenu. Habari zenu. Kisungu yangu ilienda na sterling. Kwa hivyo ningeomba lecho nikiongea kwa Kiswahili aongea kwa hiyo lugha ingine.
Check. Mike. Check, Mike. So Njoroge says his English went to the US. So I'll translate today. Njoroge?
Ningependa kusema asante sana kwa Mungu. Sababu kuna watu wengi tulianza kazi nao na saa hii hawako. Wengine wamefutwa, wengine wamekufa, wengine wameacha kazi.
I'd like to thank God today for bringing me here today. There are many of us who began work with years back who are not here today. Some have left work, some were fired, and some sadly passed on.
Nikisema machache sababu sijui kuongea sana. Naongeaga pole pole na tena naongea kwa mafupi.
I won't talk much. By nature, I have a man of very few words and I talk very slowly.
Tangu niandikwe, kuna kitu najua ya maana sana. Na kitu ya ile ya maana sana ni kuheshimiana.
Since my employment, there's one thing I've come to learn, which I believe I value, which is respecting each other at work.
Niseme tangu niandikwe, nimeshafanya kazi na wakubwa wengi.
Since my employment, I've worked with many senior government officers.
Na wengine walikuwa sisi madrivers tukiongea, tunasema wakubwa wengine ni wabaya, hata ndio nilitoka huko. Na mimi nilikuwa nasema huko kuna ule mbaya, mimi huko ndio nataka.
In some instances, you could hear the drivers say, that boss is bad. But those bad ones are the one I wanted to work with.
Sababu nilikuwa najua, hawa wabaya sio wabaya, ni kukua wako streets na ile kitu anasema.
Because those bad ones were not really bad. It's because they were so strict in their work.
Na nilikuwa naamini kazi yangu, mimi najua kufanya kazi.
And I believed in myself and my work.
Na yangu ilikuwa kidogo sana. Ilikuwa niweke ile masaa nasema, na tena ile anataka kufanyiwa nimfanyie. Hiyo tu, hakuna kitu kingine wakubwa anataka.
One thing I did was to be there on time when called upon and to listen to their needs and to support them. That's all they wanted.
Kwa hiyo miaka yote nimefanya kazi, nilikuwa najua kuna department 3. Ile ilikuwa mzuri sana, ama ile ilikuwa inafanya kazi mzuri sana. Moja ilikuwa CID hata ukienda uende saa 1 utafanyiwa saa 1:30 utakuwa huko. Ya pili Toyota Kenya. Lakini namba 1 CAK mtu akienda huko hata hakai dakika 5 kabla hajahudumiwa na kabla hajachukuliwa na ule mtu anataka kuona.
From experience, I could say that the organizations that experienced were so efficient in service delivery. One of them was the CDI, the DCI headquarters, and the other one was Toyota Kenya, where we take our vehicles for service, and now CAK ranks the best in efficiency in East Africa.
Niseme kwa CAK, sababu huko ndio nilikuwa nafanya kazi. Saa yote mtu anakuwaga na raha akitaka kuwa na raha. Sababu ukifanya kazi yako vile inatakikana, hakuna mtu ako na shughuli na wewe. Kitu ya pili, watu wote huko ni marafiki. Kutoka boss mpaka ule mdogo. Na nikisema hivyo mmejionea. Si nimedansi na yeye leo hapa. Mmejionea? Bosi gani ameshafanya hivyo mnajua? Hakuna. Ningeomba CAK mkae mkiombea boss. Ama nilika yangu. Wakati nilikuwa nampeba alikuwa ananiambia wazee hawapigani, wazee hawaongeleshani vibaya. Bosi mwenyewe anakuongelesha na kupatia moyo ya kufanya kazi. Kwa hivyo kama wewe ukiona kama unakosewa, unajua mtu anakaanga anaona kama anakosewa kikazi. Uende ichunguze. Inaweza kuwa wewe ndio mwenye shida. Wewe ndio uko na shida, sio wale mnafanya kazi nao. Sababu nikienda kwa Irogo bosi yangu ama Lecho anakuongelesha kama wewe ndio mkubwa yake. Yeye ni kama mdo, na kila ofisi ukienda, ofisi yote ya CAK iko namna hiyo. Watu wetu ningependa kumwambia muendelee kufanya kazi vizuri, muendelee kupendana Hakuna mkubwa ama mdogo, kile ya maana ni heshima. Watu waheshimiane. Na watu wakiheshimiana, kazi itafanyika na mtu atakuwa anafurahia kazi yake. Namwambia, nitamwambia tena, muombee huyu mzee. Huyu mumuombee akae miaka mingi. Na sijui ningesema, bosi, usikubali kutoka uache watu yako. Kama wakati haijafika, uendelee kuwafanyia mazuri. Inaweza kuwa wewe hujui unafanya mazuri, lakini wenyewe wanajua vile unawafanyia. Kwa hivyo ningeomba wakuheshimu, wakuombee na uendelee kuwafanyia mazuri. Nitafikisha hapo. Nimesema mimi siongeagi sana. Ile naongeaga sana ni wakati niko kwa kanisa. Huko tuna shida tukiomba, tukiimba. Huko mtu anaweza ongea zaidi, lakini hapa kwa hiyo machache, asanteni sana.
So I'm also a lady of few words, so I will summarize in 2 sentences. One thing Njoroge is telling us, that his experience at CAK is that he noticed there was so much friendship and love among colleagues. And it came to a point where you couldn't know who was the boss and who wasn't. Because at CAK we are peers. We relate like brothers and sisters. You will never know who a driver is. You may never know who the DG is until you get down to the office. One thing he's saying, that he has never danced with a boss, with his boss. And today he danced with the DG. And he's so happy about that. And he has reminded us to pray for our DG. And because DG is very special, not to him, but to all of us. And we are saying this is because we have seen amazing transformation since he's coming to the authority. And I want to echo what Njoroge is saying. So DG, if you didn't know, that's what your staff feel about you. And the staff, he's also saying, don't abandon the ship. Let it sail to the very end. Did I say that? Who said? Njoroge, isn't it? I've just translated what he has said. But again, I also want to echo that. We pray for you, as Njoroge says, and he has said he'll keep praying for you, even at home. And not only him, we also pray for you and the authority at large. Finally, he has said he speaks more in church where he prays. He's a churchman. So he says that's why he talks more. So if you want to see Njoroge speak, ask for his pin location on Sunday, and you'll see how much he can speak. That is what the level of translation for what he has said. Thank you so much. And so Njoroge, on behalf of CAK, we thank you. We celebrate you. And more so on our departments, we will miss you a lot from the office. We have some things to give Njoroge as a token of appreciation. I'll ask Makena and Dirungu to bring them forth. So that's how we do it at CAK. We celebrate our own. Because I think an office is like, that's how we spend our life, you know? We get to work at 8, we leave at 5, right? You go to traffic, you get home at 7, you have dinner, you're exhausted, you go to bed. That is how much the office means a lot to us. So as they come, I'd like to invite my DG to also share words of blessings to Njoroge before we issue our gifts to him. DG.
Thank you, Rachel. Can we clap for Rachel for the ceremony that she has ably conducted? Mine will also be very, very short because we are age mates with him. So if he speaks with few words, I should also restrict myself to those few words. First and foremost, Njoroge, hongera sana. From the history given by Rachel, Njoroge has put in 36 years of service to employers, which ultimately, the last one is our CAK. Number two, Njoroge, I think, I also learned you've been helping us solve a lot of social issues within CAK. So my proposal is, as you retire, use some of those skills to make some money, especially counseling guys who have issues with marital status. Njoroge, you stand a lot of chance of making a lot of money from that gift. I've heard from here, so I'm making a recommendation in retirement because you need to be busy after retiring. So another thing, Njoroge, is that you realize we gave you some training in preparation for you to retire. We'd also want you to apply what you learned in that training so that you can transition well from the office as you go for retirement. I've also realized that from the talk, as Njoroge is exceeding, that you called me Mzee. From the talk. So I think officially you call me DG, but underneath. So I'm not offended. So don't hide it. Let it be official. Say DG. So you're not the only ones. When I go for international conferences, just the way we have come, there are some guys who receive me and say, Mzee, karibu. So you're not the only ones. So let's keep it going. But I'll put my best as a Mzee DG. Njoroge said, don't abandon your people. I can only imagine what he thinks. But God willing, I will go for my 10 years, 2-term. God willing, I'm a 2-term man. So, Njoroge, I can assure you, as you pray for us, know that I'm a 2-term man. So, pray also for my 2-term. Just the way we are praying for 2-term for 2027, for someone else who is a Mzee like me. Sindio hiyo. So Njoroge, be assured, anytime you come, and it's God's grace that we are still around, 2-term is my aim in this journey. And for everyone else, so I'm not going anywhere. So start getting used to Mzee. Mzee is a 2-term guy. So, and then as we finish in Njoroge, before we give you the gifts, I have my boss here. Someone who supports me a lot. Someone who is also my age mate. It will be unfair. The two of us being age mates, not giving a chance to another age mate. If I'm Mzee DG, yeye ni Mzee director. So mkurugenzi, karibu, nena na hao watu wako. Welcome, Director Ngugi.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Gogi. I have another name called Joseph Zakaria Ngogi, but from Treasury, they call me JZ, which is short form of Joseph Zakaria. I'm happy to be with you today. I'm also happy to have big people or from various institutions to come and join with the Kenya CAK. I represent the PS National Treasury in the CAK as a director. And as you heard, my boss yesterday, he said he supports CAK, and we are happy and proud for the CAK, for the good work CAK is doing. And to achieve what they have achieved is because of teamwork. Each person knows his work and do his work, and in total, you achieve those objectives. As Jerome has said, is that respect each other is what I made him to be here. Respect and also integrity. If you're a person of poor integrity, you find yourself being existing from the organization. For him to have worked for those years is because of respect to his work, keeping time, know his work, and also good character and integrity. That's why he was even selected to be the driver of the bus. Bus requires somebody who respects time, respects his work, respect the boss, and also respect the others. Because if you go there and you start assuming you are the boss yourself, you don't respect the other people, you find yourself not able to work there, and you might find yourself off the way out. So I want to thank Joroge for his dedication and for his achievement. And I want also to mention that this is a transition. He joined the organization, or he joined the government, he has served, and now he is going to serve the community at home. So it's just a transition. You found the organization, you work, then you proceed, you leave the others to work. It's not where you are being kicked out, it's not where you are being discriminated, because I heard in UK, they don't consider age. You can continue working and working so long as you are able to deliver. But in Kenya, we say after 60 years, please leave the others also to serve. But that is our jurisdiction, which sometimes you may say it is unfair, but that is how they have framed it, that after you reach 60 years, you have successfully reached 60 years, because you may reach 6 years, but by the way, or on the way, you will be told to step aside, because either you became too greedy, you violated, you did not respect each other, and therefore you are told, can you please step out for the other to go? So I like to thank all of the CAK, because teamwork has helped them to achieve this much. And for you to reach retirement age, work in the organization, it indicates how respectful and somebody who is love and commit to your work, and somebody of good integrity. So congratulations, Joroge, and may God lead you and guide you in the rest, in the next world, which is now with your family, your children, and also what Digi has said, find something to work as maybe a counselor or a church elder. You serve in that community, because they need your contribution and your expertise in those areas. And I also not a man of many words. I don't know whether I've talked too much or too little, but I just live with this word. I thank everybody. I can see, I was here yesterday with my peers. I can see people who are ready and willing to serve the world to ensure there is consumer welfare is not violated by those big brothers, which call the big companies who normally come and exploit the small players in the market. So you play as an organization a good role. And as I said here, let's continue integrating, sharing information, and assisting others, so that we serve the country we serve, or the institution we serve, to ensure the common man, or the man at the bottom, is not oppressed by the big pan. So the power, or what we have mentioned, is something which I witnessed during my work, because at Treasury, people even come to Treasury complaining that I deliver these services, this is the time I'm being given. And the payment, I have to keep on begging. And for me to be given that contract, I have to keep on. That means the big boys have been taking advantage of these small people. And for them to grow, it is because of your effort. You as a competition authority expert. Continue guiding the world, continue guiding the institution you are serving, and dedicate and respect your work, and also ensure there is that fair competition. Let even the small person who is starting survive because of fair competition, which you have made the environment to play. And also the consumers are not exploited by these people who normally try to make profit. Remember, some businessmen, their aim is to get profit, regardless of which means they will do. But your role is very clear to ensure, let these people get their fair share. If the price, they are not cheated. If it is quality, they are not cheated. And therefore, you make yourself known and understood your role. And I say maybe the one time with the competition authority, maybe one thing which I've witnessed that they have not, and sorry to say about this one, they have not gone out to be known clearly by everybody what is their role. They need to do more sensitization to enhance their visibility so that any person who is suffering there because of those abuse of power, the prices, there is a way they can report and the action can be addressed. Somebody was, when I told somebody I'm the director of the competition, was asking, where is that competition? Because they thought it's where you are restricting what you call competition in economics. You say free entry and free exit, where people are competing. I told them, no, our role is different. Meaning, out there, they have not fully understood what is the role of the competition. I don't know whether it is the same where you are, but the issue is you have a key player for the growth of the economy. You are key player of the consumers. Protect of the consumer, please ensure you enhance your feasibility as you enhance your role so that you are able for people to get attention and be able to come to you because they have known where they can get assistance. Because some of these roles, the government, main government, may not be able to come in because they have not understood. And the normal government, they have no structure of such a case to be reported. But the CAK has been established to serve that purpose. And that's why it was separated from the National Treasury. It was a department of the National Treasury, but it was felt that they need to stand alone so that they don't have to come all the way to the minister to take any action. When you are autonomous, you are given flexibility to address the issues so that you have quicker resolution to the issue which is affecting the common man. And that's why the CAK was established, removed from the National Treasury, and given its full board, which I'm a member representing the CS, to ensure whatever is done, required to be done, doesn't wait until it gets attention to the CS. They are given a full mandate to address the action, to impose penalties for those people who think that they can do work differently. So with that, I thank you very much, and I continue this kind of exchange of ideas so that we don't live as if we are in isolation. There's what we call regional integration, and those companies interact or they have invested in everywhere. And therefore, whatever they're doing the other side, they can replicate this. But if they exchange the information, we are able to address the situation very fast and in a fair manner. With that, I thank you very much for your participation.
Can we clap for Director? Yes. Director, you'll forgive me, but I'll have to disclose that because we are age mates, his last day working for National Treasury is next week on Friday, on 12th of June. So there we are clearly 3 age mates. You'll forgive me for that, but have a seat as we finish. Right, so quickly, I want to call Rachel to come up because she's the brain behind the gifts. I don't know whether she wants to talk about what we are giving him and the reason behind it and all that so that we can perform the ceremony of gifting our age mate here. So, but you other guys, don't be in a rush to reach where we are. We still want you to remain young and energetic to drive a CAK forward. Umesikia, Evans, don't be in a hurry to come this direction. Good, welcome, Rachel.
I can just call you Mzee for today, because I don't know about tomorrow. I can call him Mzee and I get someone on the other sides. So thank you, DG. Thank you, Director, for those words of wisdom. Thank you, Njoroge. So we have gifts for Njoroge. Irungu. So we have 2 gifts. One of them is a portrait of Joseph. We may not have it opened, but in it, it has a CAK logo in it. Then, of course, we are thanking him for his faithful service with the authority. So, thank you, Mzee, for the guidance. So I'd like to call our director from CA. Director, we want you to give Njoroge an honor with one of the gifts. McKenna. You guys, you can start clapping as it comes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Asante sana. Thank you, Director. Thank you so much. Thank you, Director. Thank you so much. McKenna, next. Would like to invite our DG. This is a stereo, a radio for Njoroge to listen to news every morning when he wakes up. When he goes to bed, he can listen to music and preaching from the word. DJ, you can. Thank you so much, DJ. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So you can shake your legs, eh? Thank you so much. And now the final piece of gift, Director. You know we call you Gen Z, eh? So I can say today. So Director Zachary can hand that JZ, Gen Z. Thank you so much. Director? Oh, it's also part of the radio with the speakers that we bought. So he'll hear in the entire house when he puts it on. Eh? When he's washing utensils, he can listen to music. Thank you so much, Director. Thank you, Njoroge. Thank you so much, DG, Director. You can take your seats kindly. Njoroge, you can take your seat. Thank you so much. You can keep clapping as they go. So much, thank you so much. You can clap as they do that, as they go down. DJ, thank you so much. Thank you so much, our guests. Thank you, Director, DG, and the CAK fraternity. This ends my session for today. I wish you a lovely weekend. Those traveling back, have journey mercies back home and pass our regards. I'd like to invite Mr. Ambrose Agenga for the remaining session. Make him walk faster by clapping, isn't it? Yes. Ambrose.
Thank you very much, Madam Rachel. Mr. Njoroge, we appreciate your service to the authority. I think when I came to the authority back in 2014, Mr. Njoroge was one of the people who welcomed me, and I can testify about the testimony that has been given. It's both true, and Mr. Njoroge and I have been friends, both inside the authority and outside the authority. Now, I have the simplest task to do the African thing. You know, in an African context, when a visitor comes to visit you, when they are leaving, you send them away. It sounds very rude in English, but in my mother tongue, that's how to say it, and it's very sweet. You send them away with a chicken or with a goat, depending on how much you are endowed. So my task is simple, to just appreciate our guests, participants, and everybody else who made this event a success. I'll make it short in keeping with the theme, the afternoon theme. I'm also a man of few words. So to the Principal Secretary, to the National Treasury, Dr. Chris Kipto, CBS, in absentia, the Chairperson of the Board of Competition Authority of Kenya, Mr. Charles Mahinda, MBS, also in absentia, the Director General of the Competition Authority of Kenya, Mr. David Kemei, distinguished speakers and moderators, representatives of national, regional, and international institutions, members of academia and research community, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this inaugural research conference on competition and consumer welfare, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the authority to express our sincere appreciation to all those who have contributed to the success of the event. Allow me to begin by extending our sincere gratitude to the Principal Secretary for the National Treasury, Dr. Chris Kipto, for honoring us with his presence yesterday and delivering what was by any measure a most compelling address. I must admit that I am familiar with what his schedule is this month, being one of his stakeholders from the CAK side. And for him to make time to come to this event was quite a sacrifice. Dr. Chris Kipto's reaffirming the government's commitment to evidence-based policy making and underscoring the central role of competitive markets in Kenya's economic transformation were not lost on us. They served as a powerful endorsement of the authority's mandate and the work we do every day in service of this economy. Therefore, to receive that affirmation from our parent ministry is both humbling and motivating, and we do not take it lightly. I wish also to express our profound appreciation to the chair of the board, Mr. Charles Mahinda, MBS, for his steadfast leadership, and our very own Gen Z, Joseph Zakaria Ngugi. We don't take it for granted that you found time to sit with us throughout the 2 days. And to the Director General, Mr. David Kemei, whose vision and commitment have made the conference possible as an important platform for dialogue on competition and consumer issues. Over the last 2 days, we have benefited from rich discussions and valuable insights from distinguished experts, policymakers, practitioners, researchers from across Africa and beyond. Together, we have explored how competition policy advances public policy goals, examined emerging issues in digital markets, and highlighted the importance of regional cooperation in promoting fair and efficient markets. We are particularly grateful to our speakers, moderators, panelists, and researchers whose contributions have enriched our understanding and reaffirmed the importance of research in shaping sound competition policy and effective consumer protection. Your insights in the last 2 days have already given us indications of where next to take our enforcement action. We equally wish to place on record our sincere appreciation to the partners and collaborating institutions whose support have been integral to the success of this conference, including UNCTAD, COMESA Competition Commission, Consumer Commission, Code C, the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, the South African Competition Commission, the Gates Foundation, and the academic institutions and stakeholders represented here. Your collaboration, expertise, and commitment to advancing the competition and consumer welfare agenda are deeply valued, and we look forward to sustaining and deepening these partnerships. Special appreciation goes to the organizing committee and my fellow colleagues at the CAK for their dedication and professionalism in ensuring the successful event for the past 2 days. As the authority prepares to mark its 15th anniversary later this year, the deliberations over the past 2 days have reinforced the importance of collaboration, innovation, and research in ensuring that competition continues to serve consumers, business, and the economy. Indeed, this has provided the authority with plenty to look forward to. On behalf of the CAK team, I thank you all for your participation and contribution, and wish you safe travels home, whether here or abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, with those few remarks, I now take the privilege to welcome the Director General to give his remarks and bring the curtains down on this otherwise hugely successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambrose. You can see the difference between Mzee and someone who is still young. He has utilized technology to do what he needed to do. But me as Mzee, you can still see that I'm stuck in the old ways of Wazee's work. But I'm catching up through osmosis as I interact with my team. So I'm going just to make closing decision points for us, and then we'll actually close the conference. May I say that the last 2 days have been nothing short of serious knowledge exchange. Indeed, I confirm that my staff and other practitioners in this room have gained new knowledge. Allow me to give you 3 high-level commitments that we are giving as CAK, that you can hold the authority to account during our next conference. The first one is we want to ensure we have collaboration with financial sector regulators to enhance competition in digital financial services through a multi-regulator engagement. The authority commits to intentionally engage Communications Authority of Kenya, Central Bank of Kenya, SASRA, which regulates SACCOs, IRA, which regulates the insurance sector, and ODPC, Office of Data Protection Commission, to enhance competition and consumer welfare in the digital financial services market. It is possible. Such an arrangement will ensure that we speak to and with each other, ensuring coherence of our decisions and that consumer needs are met in the most efficient way possible. So Director Nderitu, take that message to see so that we can sit down with the rest of the others to come up with a framework so that we can protect our consumers as we promote competition in financial sector. Number 2, we are going to enhance regional and international cooperation to combat rising cross-border digital fraud. CAK must enhance coordination with regional bodies and international partners, as a national enforcement alone is insufficient for globalized digital markets. CAK commits to enhance its coordination protocols, especially on information exchange. And then thirdly is that we will, going forward, impose deterrent penalties. Moving from soft to hard enforcement is necessary, particularly for repeat offenders. Fines should be used effectively to drive compliance, noting that reputational risk is often a more significant deterrent for large firms than small monetary caps. The authority commits to implementing the peer review recommendations on this, which was that our penalties should be commensurate with to be commensurate with the breach that a firm has actually done, so that it becomes really deterrent. And with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I think we must close to allow us to go back home. I can see Professor Roberts is agreeing with me to reflect on the interaction we had over the last 2 days. I wish you all safe travels. Let's remain in touch. Let's keep talking. And let's plan to attend and participate at our next research conference, scheduled for 11th and 12th of February 2027, just a few days before Valentine. Asanteni sana. Back to you, Trufosa. They are not tired of your voice, so just ensure we close properly.
Thank you very much, Bwana DG. And I think he has summarized everything. And just as my colleagues have said before me, is just to wish all of you safe travels. Thank you very much for attending this conference this year. We hope to see you again next time. But before we leave, I kindly request that you give us your feedback in the evaluation form. There's a QR code behind your name tags, and also on the tables, there's a QR. So in case you hadn't filled for us the evaluation form, please feel free to do so. Thank you very much, and I'd like to wish you a wonderful evening and safe travels. Asanteni sana.